we need to support businesses. And what is the purpose of a business? Purpose of a business is to make a profit. So government has to be very careful in how it supports business. Yes, there may be times when government gives a grant, and there are considerations as to how we can help. I know the DBJ is considering how we can help businesses get back on their feet, and government is considering how that will work. In another press briefing, we will go into more details about that. But in my last press briefing, I mentioned, and pardon me for thinking that it would be readily understood by all, that we would support profit-making entities by loaning them generators or Starlink communication devices so that they can start operations, so that we can transition from everyday packing a bag, loading it on a truck, driving it to an area, then we have to have security to protect it, and then we have to take the soldiers to go out and give it, to a simpler way, which gives people dignity. They don't have to go and stand up in line and waiting to get. Secondly, gives people choice, because you start to hear it already. You know, tired of what is in the bag. All right, no, I don't want any more bag, carry something else, come. And we start to hear that coming already. So transitioning back to normalcy restores dignity. It gives choice. But the biggest thing for us, the biggest advantage, it gives accountability. Let me be clear. All of what we have given out so far, the accountability rests on what countries have given to us and what we have recorded in our stores and what we have given out to persons who we expect to give out to others. We have no record of the end beneficiary because we have not asked for any identification. We have not asked for anybody to provide their TRN. In this phase of the relief, it's about just getting the food out there, getting the care packages out there to people. Because were you to do that, you would see an avalanche of misinformation, which we saw coming out. So we have made sure that we have moved the products, the humanitarian supply, into the community as quickly as possible. But that can't go on forever. Once we start to make huge expenditures on humanitarian relief, we must be able to give a certain level of certainty that the expenditure went to the beneficiary. And so we need a system where that can be done. And the voucher systems or the cards provide that kind of support. So for that to happen, we need shops to get back up, and we need the ATM machines to start working. We need the remittances, the remittance houses that you can go and collect your remittances. We need those to start operating again, so we get back to some level of normalcy, so that we can have the transparency and the accountability that everyone is calling for, without understanding the dynamics that you have to first put in place in order to achieve that. And so we are well on our way working with that. Minister Hill has been tasked with doing this. He has so far identified 48 business entities in 2 of the affected parishes. They are seeking to expand that rapidly. And we will, through the program that I have announced, provide through a loan the facility. These are profit-making entities, the facility for them to stand up their operations so that they can have electricity, they could get a refrigerator, we could help them with a Starlink, or maybe their roof is off, we could help them restart. So there is that facility where it's either a grant or a loan, and that is being worked out. I know the private sector is also doing similarly, and that is being coordinated with Mr. Keith Duncan at the lead of the coordination between the private sector and the government in terms of just trying to get the regular.
So guys, so we're listening to the Prime Minister right now. I'm taking a lot of notes because I feel like there's a lot that we need to go over. So he's talking at the moment about Hurricane Melissa and the recovery process. So a lot of important information actually, which I think will be significant for us to go over. 22 days in, and I think we're going to be in a bit of a transitional mode. So we're going to listen a little bit more, and then we'll unpick a lot of what he said and ask some really difficult questions.
900,000 Jamaicans impacted. 150,000 houses. So far, Minister, you can recall how many generators we have gotten? It's less than 1,000. 500. Now, all of the smart people who are talking about how we use the generators, how do I decide who gets out of the 900,000 people who could claim 500 generators? I keep saying to people, do not listen to the mischief and nonsense. And as your Prime Minister, my job is to make sure that you have the information. You can do with it what you want, but the record must be there. So that those who are vested in mischief, who carry information falsely with malice, that you can counter them. So a lot of the nonsense you hear, you can dismiss it. 500, it's less than 560 generators so far. None of those generators will be used in the program I just mentioned, which is to provide a loan or a grant to businesses that we're trying to stand up to ensure that the private sector supply chain starts to operate. All of the generators that we have been given through private donations or through bilaterally from other states will be used to build resilience in the public operations. In that way, we guarantee that the benefit of the 500 is multiplied to benefit everyone. So what we have done, we have said that we're going to give the generators and other such items that build resilience, we're going to give them to our police stations that now don't have. So out of this, what we intend to do is to ensure that every police station that is built or under construction now, or that currently exists, we're going to make sure that they have a generator. But it's not just giving them. They will have to provide us with a system of maintaining it so that when this generator goes, it is replaced. So that we can now say, when we are hit by another disaster, our police stations have backup capabilities. If you go into any of the communities that have been badly hit, where are people gathering to get their phones charged and to get communications? They are going to either the police station, the municipal office, the fire brigade. So we're going to provide as many of these generators, providing they meet the required specs to these operations, to the emergency services and the critical services. And that's what we've been doing. I personally have given to 3 police stations. And the people there are very happy to have it, because that's where they go to get some electricity to charge their phone and have safety in making their calls. And I know that the same thing has been done with the Starlinks that we have gotten, that they have been used to give to hospitals, the police station, the fire brigade, and so forth. So that's how we are using it. And that's the smartest and best way to use it to ensure that the average person benefits from these donations. And I'm sure that our donors would be far more satisfied to know that these are used in the public good and not given to private persons. So I think I've covered quite a bit there. Let me transition to one last thing here.
We're listening to the Prime Minister, guys. He's giving an update, day 22 in the recovery from Hurricane Melissa. So much for us to talk about, so many questions. And there's a lot for us to unpick. So let's just keep listening.
Immediately after the disaster, I believe we were at about 23% of the island having electricity. Today, we are at 70%. 70% of Jamaica is with electricity, and that is increasing every day. The lessons learned from Beryl have paid off, and the JPS is working assiduously to bring electricity back to areas that have been affected. I can only ask for the patience of Jamaicans. I know it is incredibly frustrating when you don't have any electricity and you just look across the road and your neighbor has electricity and somehow you feel that the system will fight against me. I assure you that is not the case. I can't explain to you the technical issues, but I figure it has something to do that not everyone is on the same grid and connected to the same supply, and so it does take time to get all the various grids back up. All right, but I leave that to the JPS to explain. Now, we gave JPS a challenge 2 weeks ago. We gave JPS a challenge. And the challenge was that they should get Montego Bay, the second city, the second main commercial hub of the island, and I'm pleased to say, I gather that there was quite a crowd watching on big screen the football match last night. I believe it was in the Montego Bay proper, probably in the square that they were watching it. So electricity, I gather, is there, and almost every day communities within Montego Bay proper and surrounding are getting electricity. So the intention is that by the 15th of December, the tourism hub of Jamaica, Montego Bay, should be electrified. So by the 15th, December the 15th, we should expect that the Elegant Corridor should get full electricity. That's the challenge, and they are working assiduously towards this, and I'm giving them as much support as I can to ensure that this is done. I want to say a little bit more on electrifying the tourism hub. I've tasked Minister Bartlett and Minister Mackenzie to bring together all the permitting and approval entities along the tourism corridor, and we consider the tourism corridor from as far as St. Elizabeth, Treasure Beach, coming all the way around into, going through Westmoreland, Hanover, going all the way around, going into Trelawney, that have been impacted. So all of those parish councils and all the other entities that are responsible for permitting and approvals, for them to create a fast-track committee to give approvals to all the hotels that are deciding and are now in the process of rebuilding. In other words, what I'm satisfied with is that the hoteliers are ready to rebuild. Some of them will have insurance. Some of them are going to consider this an opportunity to rebuild and make their plants better. Government should not be an obstacle in that, because the longer the hotels stay out of operation unnecessarily, the greater the threat to employment and revenue. So Minister Mackenzie is telling me that they met on Friday, that there is general agreement, and the logistics of how that will be done, I'm expecting that by Monday we'll have a report. And I say to the tourism sector, get ready. I suspect you are already, but we are here to support you to get back on your feet bigger and better. We want to get the tourism sector moving. This same principle will be applied to other businesses. But what we want to do is just to get the tourism stuff out of the way, because that's quick, and then we will apply that same principle. So the tourism resilience corridors I have defined, starting from Treasure Beach in St. Elizabeth, going all the way around to Falmouth in Trelawney. They will be the beneficiary of an accelerated permitting and approvals process to get them started, along with, of course, having electricity. Currently, JPS has 600 linesmen and with their equipment in the island. Some of those linesmen will leave shortly. On the general trajectory, it could be as long as 6 months before electricity is returned to every community in Jamaica. Thankfully, we are at 70% now. By the 15th of December, we may very well be at maybe 75% or more. But that last mile in the particularly devastated area, that is going to take a lot of time. So there are two things that you trade off. It's time and resources. So if you use less resources, it takes a longer time. If you use more resources, it may take a shorter time. So we are working with JPS to bring in more resources so that it takes a shorter time. We are of the view, based upon JPS's assessment, I will leave them to give you the details, that they could shave 2 to 3 months of total recovery if they have the resources up front to deal with the recovery. So they want to have 900 linesmen, which would mean bringing in an additional 300 linesmen. And so the government is working with them to see that we can get this done so that we can get electricity back much faster than is projected. And if we get electricity back quicker, then water comes back quicker, communities start to normalize, we are in a better position. So I want to just update the nation on that we are seeking to move very quickly to restore your electricity. We are at 75% now, 70% now. By December 15th, we could very well be at 75%, and we are working as quickly as possible to get to full restoration. Housing and shelter. Now, this is what I know most Jamaicans want to hear about. Now, as was said before by Leela, this is the largest devastation in the recent history of Jamaica, certainly in our independence history. No government has ever had to deal with the magnitude of this kind of devastation. $8.6 billion, 8.8. So, we had estimated in the first tabletop assessment 6 to 8, but the recent rapid assessment done, which is called the grade assessment, you are now saying it's $8.8 billion. And again, we are saying that is conservative. And as the final PIOJ is in charge of doing the final assessment, we'll get what that figure is. Now, I know when the country hears 8.8 billion US dollars, there are those who may say, boy, this is the reggae boys match all over again. No, there's victory inside. There's hope, there's victory inside, yes. Not all of that $8.8 billion, or whatever it may end up being when the final assessment is done, is on the account of the government. A large part of that would be private assets that have been destroyed. The hotels, we've seen some farms destroyed, manufacturing, private homes. Some of these are insured. So there is likely to be an inflow of insurance resources to treat with those. The residential structures that are destroyed, it couldn't be expected that the government will assist in the rebuilding and reconstruction of 150,000 homes. There are some Jamaicans who already have rebuilt their homes in terms of putting on their roofs, and they're not waiting on government. And they're going to go ahead, and they may not have it. They might very well be, poor persons who just don't have it, but they are independent people, and they're just not going to wait on government. They're going to go ahead and do what they can. And then there are those who simply do not have the resources to rebuild. And the government will have to assist in that. They simply just don't have it. So you have the two extremes. Those who are independent and who will move ahead, and those who are completely dependent on the resources of the state to assist. And then there are some in the middle who have some of it, but they need government's help to get them along the way. So that gives you the kind of shape as to how government will respond. For those who have it and are going to independently repair their homes, repair their businesses, government must not stand in the way. Accelerated processes for the rebuilding. For those who need partial help and support, we will have to have a system in place where the cases are properly assessed and there is a mechanism that provides the assistance. And then for those who definitely can't do it, don't have any support, then we will also have to consider, in addition to the rebuilding support, we have to consider some relief support for them. So in the first phase, the goal is to quickly stabilize households and make damaged homes livable with longer-term rebuilding plans, while longer-term rebuilding plans are put in place. And so this will include distribution of shelter kits, heavy-duty tarpaulins, shrink-wrap roofing solutions, and emergency repair materials. And that will be provided to those persons who, by our assessment, we know they definitely cannot rebuild. That assessment is underway. The Minister of Labour and Social Security has reported to me that they have done just over 16,000 assessments across the island so far. So they have a little way to go, but we're going to ramp up, as I said earlier, the core of assessors so that we can do this very rapidly. But remember when I spoke of the supply chain that JDF has established? We're going to use this supply chain to bring the materials in and to distribute them to those who are in need. So it's the repurposing of the supply chain, as I had said, to now go and do this level of rebuilding and supporting the relief. We have examined pre-built containerized modular solutions, and we have settled in our minds that this is appropriate for the Jamaican situation that we now have. There are different types, different versions, and so I've met with the NHD, and the NHD has provided us with a solution that they are presently working on.
So we're listening to the Prime Minister right now. He's giving a press conference, special one in fact, on recovery after Hurricane Melissa. Lots for us to go through. I feel like we're going to dip out at some more at a moment, in a moment or two, just in order for us to try and unpick and to sort of go over a lot of the information that is shared so far. But we're going to listen in for a couple more minutes, and then we're going to step away and go over what we know so far.
And a portion of them will be made available through social housing. The government itself will also be purchasing some of these containerized housing solutions, which will be made available through the social housing modality. So effectively, we have to do a rapid deployment of housing solutions. And the easiest way to do this is to use the containerized solutions. They do take some time to arrive in Jamaica. There's just certainly not the quantity to make an impact. So we have met and discussed it. We have taken the policy decision that these can be used. And so the process of acquiring them through the procurement process, they have been given the approval to move ahead with that. So that should start in short order. You know, we are not going to get them here for Christmas. I just have to be frank with everybody. But we should start. And those that come in initially, we are going to be looking at the worst cases assessed to make them available. For Christmas and for the initial stages, we're going to have to try to do the shelter repair kits, the heavy-duty tarpaulins, and those kinds of solutions, in addition to the rebuilding, the actual putting on roofs and so forth, as much of that as we can in the coming weeks leading up to Christmas. But the containerized solution does take some time. The shipping is between 30 to 90 days, just that alone. Then there is some procurement and other administrative and bureaucratic things that might take up the time. So we're really trying to cut it as quickly as possible, as short as possible. But even with the best efforts, there may be some challenges. Yes, the government will give rebuilding grants. I cannot say how much those will be or the categories right now. I mean, we have decided on the category. The burial framework will apply: minor, moderate, and severe. But that needs an assessment, and so that's what is kind of holding us up, why we can't pay yet. Now, we're not going to wait until we have assessed every single house, but we do need to reach a critical threshold where we begin to see how the damage is stacking up from a statistical point of view. So we know how much to allocate for minor repairs, how much to allocate for moderate repairs, and how much to allocate for severe. And we actually need the report so that we can establish the threshold. What exactly is minor? What exactly is moderate? And what exactly range is severe? So we're not yet at that threshold. I suspect by the time we reach 30,000 assessments, you would start to see the kind of repetitive nature of the damage, and so you can establish what the thresholds are. So we should get to 30,000 very, very soon, based upon the work that ODPEM is doing in expanding its core and coordinating, and the work already being done by the Ministry of Labour and Social Security.
Is he done? No.
I want to talk a little bit about the reconstruction of Jamaica.
This is important.
Like most, when the disaster struck, I said, wow, how are we going to manage this crisis? But as you start to delve into it, yes, it is a challenge. Yes, it is a crisis. But it is also an amazing opportunity. And I want all Jamaicans to begin to think about the crisis in the sense of an opportunity. You had put on your roof and you didn't put on the hurricane straps. Well, and of course your roof was blown off, or maybe it wasn't. But when you're putting on back the roof, or when you look at your neighbor's roof gone, and yours somehow was spared by a divine intervention, now is the time to put on those hurricane straps. I know that there are many Jamaicans who will be saying, no more zinc for me. I'm going totally slab. Before you think about slabbing your roof, make sure that the structures can support it. And in fact, Minister of Local Government, I think we may very well need to have a campaign to go around and inform the public, those who are reconstructing, that there are some engineering requirements for putting on slab roofs, because you don't want to replace one disaster with another. Right? So that needs to be addressed. So as we transition into the recovery phase, we have also commenced preparation for the rebuilding and construction phase. As said before, the World Bank's rapid damage assessment has quantified physical damage.
Right, so that's the Prime Minister, Andrew Holness. He's been speaking in a special press briefing about Hurricane Melissa 22 days ago. Category 5 storm made landfall in Jamaica, and I think the Prime Minister today used the word crisis, describing everything that we're seeing unfolding on the island as a crisis. And there's so much for us to unpick in terms of going over what he said. There's a lot of information there, but I'm going to give a quick shout out to all of you guys. Denise, hey, thanks for coming on. What we're going to do, in fact, is I'm going to go through a bit of information from the Prime Minister, because there is so much. We've been listening for, 35 minutes, and then we're going to go back to his speech. So I think the first bit, the really, really important bit for those of you guys who missed the top of his speech, he talked about the sheltering situation. So people who are using shelters in Jamaica, they will basically they're going to start constructing new buildings where people will have to go, because a lot of the shelters, there are 1,200 people staying in shelters right now. A lot of those people in those shelters will have to leave, and they'll be going into newly built shelters. Not sure when those shelters will be built, but he's basically saying that they've got to get the kids back into school. So people in shelters, they will probably, I think he also said, we'll see social workers. So social workers will be deployed to shelters, and they will assess the needs of everyone in those shelters before making recommendations for those people to move on to different locations. But we don't know where these people may go to, or if these facilities that he referred to will be built in time. But I'm going to go back into him very quickly. I think he might be wrapping up.
And further affect the delivery of public services. In addition, a fragmented ministry by ministry approach will not easily scale to meet the magnitude of the reconstruction challenge. We therefore need a dedicated reconstruction apparatus. The government will therefore establish the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, NARA, a statutory body with special powers to lead, coordinate, fast-track, and oversee national reconstruction, reporting directly to the Office of the Prime Minister. The NARA will focus on building back better, safer homes, climate-resilient infrastructure, better land use planning, relocation from high-risk zones, and taking the opportunity to introduce new industries and new businesses to areas that previously had no economic base. There is national and international precedence for this approach. It has been used in large-scale disasters, for example, in New Orleans in 2005 after Hurricane Katrina, in Canterbury, New Zealand after the Christchurch earthquake, in 2011, and also in Japan in 2011 after the earthquake and tsunami. In Jamaica too, Prime Minister Pattison established the Office of National Reconstruction after Hurricane Ivan. The ONR, as it was called, was set up as a special unit to coordinate relief and reconstruction. It was not established by an act of Parliament. The NARA will be much larger in scope, obviously, and scale, and established under special purpose legislation. Given the extraordinary powers that will be sought to expedite reconstruction, the NARA will be set up with a sunset date of 5 years, renewable by Parliament. So we're not seeking to have this established forever. It is a time-bound exercise, and it has to be time-bound so that we can actually meet the recovery and reconstruction date. If you leave it unbounded, people will believe that they have forever to achieve the targets. The authority's administrative expenditure will be financed from the national budget, as other agencies are. However, recovery and reconstruction activities will be financed initially from the National Natural Disaster Recovery Fund, the NNDRF. The NNDRF was set up to receive the proceeds of Jamaica's disaster risk instruments, including Jamaica's catastrophe bond, policies with the Caribbean Catastrophe Reinsurance Facilities, CRIF, and various credit contingent claims with the IDB and the World Bank. These amounts will total approximately $650 million US. It is likely that the government of Jamaica will have to borrow to finance reconstruction beyond what will be available in our NNDRF. We have immediate access to approximately, and please note I use the word approximately, $500 million US from the IMF's Rapid Financing Facility, the RFI. The RFI facility does not come with policy conditionality. So we will start this reconstruction effort with approximately $1.15 billion US in immediate funds. This is significant. To dimension this, under normal circumstances, it would take us 3 fiscal years to spend such funds in capital expenditure under normal circumstances. But let me just say this, because again, there is a lot of misinformation which is suggesting that the government of Jamaica is receiving huge sums. I would want, if it is possible, to display the grade assessment of damage, and just to look at what the infrastructure damage is. Just infrastructure. That's the one that you can say it's absolutely public, and I believe that was about $2.3 billion. If you can display that very quickly. $2.9 billion of infrastructure damage. That's, you could say that's government's responsibility totally. And then there is a part of residential that would be government as well. And then there is a part of private, meaning private homes and private facilities that government may also have to assist. And then there is the relief and the recovery expenditure. So we have here a total of $1.15 billion. A part of it is the insurance and the contingencies that we have, and a part of it is immediately accessible debt that we could start. But just from the assessment here, which is not the final assessment, there is $8.8 billion of damage for which the government would more likely be responsible for at least half. So there is still a gap that will have to be funded, and that will have to be funded by additional borrowing. So those who are of the view that the government can engage in a spending spree, thank God they are not the government. The government has to be frugal, it has to be careful, it has to watch now more than ever. It has to watch every dollar that is spent. Because yes, we are in a good position, no doubt. We have never been in a position where a disaster struck and we don't have to be scrounging around to find $1.1 billion. We have it there. To start, we can start. That is because of the fiscal management of the government that built resilience in our fiscal affairs. But we are not out of the woods yet. And every dollar has to be carefully thought of. It speaks to a national psyche that the country must develop. If you can stand on your own 2 feet, stand on your own 2 feet. If you can help someone, help someone. Let the government focus on helping those who can't help themselves. Let the government focus on rebuilding the infrastructure that is for the public benefit. That must become the psyche of how we're going to get through this. So the NARA, the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, will have special powers to accelerate planning approvals, procurement, public investment and implementation, reducing delays for priority reconstruction projects in designated special reconstruction areas. We will establish a high-level public-private advisory board, and that, we won't announce who the chairman will be, but it will have on it some of our elder statesmen, persons from civil society, technical persons. Certainly we will invite some of our multilateral and overseas partners to sit on it to give us advice and to help. But it will be a multi-stakeholder board that will ensure that we are making the right decisions, there's transparency and accountability. But more importantly, in the info disaster that is going on, we will need voices other than the government to explain some of the decisions that we will have to make. Because regardless of what we do and how we feel that we're making the right decision, Jamaica is a democracy. And ultimately you want the people to understand what you're doing, appreciate it, and give their support. So we are not going to move ahead and leave the people. We're going to take the time to engage in conversation, to explain, and to challenge misinformation. As I said, any nonsense that is put up, any misinformation that is put up, we will stand there and challenge it. We will never cower in the face of falsehood. And that has been our position, and we will do it with dignity, and we'll do it boldly as well. So we will also establish an interagency coordinating committee which will ensure that decisions are made swiftly by the heads of executing entities. And we will engage, and this is very important, international EPC and program management partners. EPC, this means engineering, procurement, and construction. So in the normal way of doing these projects, the government will develop the program, they will carry it through some kind of public investment appraisal, and then they will go to procurement to find the contractor, and then they'll find the contractor, then they end up into contracting, and then they start to do construction. What we want is to engage with one single entity that can take the entire project from an enterprise scale and deliver it. And so all the other steps are internal to this entity. So that's the route that we're going, and I believe that that will increase the pace at which we can get these things done. Now, speed of execution will not mean an absence of accountability. On the contrary, the legislation that gives birth to the NARA will incorporate transparency and accountability mechanisms that can provide assurances to the public. The NARA will serve as a proof of concept for a more agile, performance-driven model of public administration. The lesson from this authority data-driven reporting will inform into the wider blueprint for wider public sector transformation, demonstrating how Jamaica can deliver major projects faster, more transparently, and with greater accountability. This approach aligns with the government's broader vision of a modern, efficient state capable of delivering development outcomes at scale. So, ladies and gentlemen, I believe I have covered a broad range of topics that are pertinent to the disaster management. And I hope that the information has been useful, and that as a citizen, you will use this information to counter some of the misinformation and deliberate malicious information that is being circulated in some quarters. But we also hope that this information will give you hope that all is not lost, that there is a brighter future ahead for Jamaica. I hope it will create in you the strength to work even harder at what you're doing to make your efforts successful and count in the ledger of Jamaica's economic progress and growth. So even while half of Jamaica is devastated, the half that is not should work harder, grow faster, and help the other half, while we rebuild the other half to be as strong and resilient as this half. As I close, I say this: the NARA will not only focus on the 5 parishes or the 16 constituencies that have been badly hit. Notice, it is resilience, it is reconstruction, and it is resilience. Kingston, the capital, the KMA, or if you want to say the KMR, needs more investment for its resilience. We can't wait until a disaster, then we say we're going to do the expenditure. So there are some resilience building things that we need to do, and those will also be incorporated in the NARA projects. So ladies and gentlemen, I know it's been a long presentation, but it was necessary. I thank you for your attention and your patience.
So there we have it. Prime Minister spoke, for about 58 minutes? There's so much for us to go through. So I'm going to run through, because I was making notes, and I'm going to run through quickly some of the main points that I think are really important that we all need to know. So he says, right now, didn't put a timeline on it, but he said right now the JDF will be moving from humanitarian, which is giving out aid packages, helping people in order to give them food, water, clothing, etc. They will be moving from that phase and into the rebuilding phase of things. So he says the JDF, they've already delivered over 10,000 care packages, but they're now shifting into the distribution of reconstruction and focusing on rebuilding the critical infrastructure. A lot of those have been destroyed. He also says that they will continue helping the elderly and people who are vulnerable. But here's a really important thing. Other countries will be sending members of their military to help the JDF. So if you're in Jamaica, you'll see a lot of foreign military members on the ground assisting the JDF. But the JDF priority will be moving from humanitarian aid and into the rebuilding of important infrastructure. Now, he says that the key is to try and get Jamaica back to normalcy as quickly as possible. And didn't provide a timeline, but mentioned that the distribution of packages will take place. So once they move from the humanitarian phase where they're going into communities giving food, aid packages, they're going to implement a coupon or card system. I think there was a lot of concerns initially about the voucher system, that those vouchers could be replicated or people could, commit whatever acts they want in order to, take advantage of the system. So instead, there's going to be a coupon and card system. Again, we didn't get a timeline as to when that may come into place. 900,000 people, he said, impacted by Hurricane Melissa, 150 homes damaged. He says, as Prime Minister, his job is to make sure that the information that he puts out there, you guys listen to it, and that people who are vested in mischief and who carry information falsely with malice, you shouldn't listen to them at all. He also talked about generators and Starlink systems and made the point that of the 900,000 people impacted, 150,000 houses, there were only 560 generators on the island. So he says that those generators were given out fairly, and that moving forward, every police station will be given those generators. No private citizens will be allowed to have them, only police stations. And those police stations, they will have to provide a plan on how they intend to maintain those generators. So when the next hurricane comes along, those police stations should be, fully operational. So he said immediately after Hurricane Melissa, 22 days ago, 23% of Jamaica had electric. That figure right now is 70%. And for those who still don't have electric, he says that the system is not fighting against you, and that you will get electric very soon. So for people who own businesses, there will be a program that will be launched where you can apply for for some sort of funding. And here's the big ambition. This is a very, very ambitious goal. So he said by the 15th of December, Montego Bay will have full electric. And that's because it's a tourism hub. A lot of people rely on Montego Bay for tourism, and he wants Montego Bay to be back up and running. So by the 15th of December, Montego Bay should have full electric. However, the rest of Jamaica, other areas, other parishes, they may have to wait for up to 6 months before full electric is returned to the whole of Jamaica. We heard him talking about the damage, $8.8 billion of damage. Now, large parts of this, he says, includes hotels, farms, private homes. Some of those businesses, though, are insured, so they will likely be an inflow of resources. So basically what he's saying is that the figure might potentially go down from $8.8 billion. He paid homage to the guys out there, the independent guys who are rebuilding their homes But he also acknowledged, and I thought this was important, he acknowledged that the government will assist those who are dependent on helping to rebuild. So people who are independent, he said, good for you, keep going. The government won't get in your way, but the government will help those who are dependent on rebuilding, people who just can't do it by themselves. So a system will be implemented, and that system will be put in place to provide assistance. Now, he also said that emergency repair kits will be given out, and those kits will be given to people to try and make do with whatever damage there is to their homes. So people will be expected to just sort of make use of what they're given, and whatever is in those kits. So he said of the 150,000 homes that have been damaged, 16,000 assessments have been carried out so far. So there's still a long way to go on that. Pre-built, containerized buildings is something that they're going to be moving forward with, and they're going to be bringing a lot of those. They're going to be shipping those models in over the next 30 to 90 days. Rebuilding grants will also be issued. But he's also warning anyone who's repairing their homes to make sure that the structure, once you start repairing, and if you're going for concrete roofs instead of zinc, you've got to make sure that the structure will be able to, to survive if another hurricane comes along. So that's something worth keeping in mind. And then on the issue of Christmas, he says that, the government will have to do shelter repair kits in addition to putting on roofs, and they're going to be moving quickly to try and make sure that people aren't homeless with Christmas fast approaching. A National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, a new task force will be established, and the focus of that task force will be on building back safer homes, climate infrastructure, relocation for those in high-risk zones. So when there's another hurricane, things will be people will be able to move a lot more quicker. So he says that the government has immediate access right now to $500 million from the RFI, but they have 1.15 billion US dollars to start reconstruction right now. So they're saying usually it would take 3 years to spend that amount, but the PM says the government doesn't have a lot of money basically, and they're going to have to be borrowing at the same time as well. And this was his quote. You may have heard it. Those who are of the view that the government can engage in a spending spree, thank God they are not in government. So he says. So he also went on to say that they have to watch every single dollar that they spend. But the money is in Jamaica, and they can start now. They can start rebuilding now. So let's see how much longer we'll have to wait on that. But he did go on to say, let the government focus on helping those who cannot help themselves and rebuilding the infrastructure. A new board will also be established with former prime ministers, technical persons, overseas partners coming in to advise that board on how to move forward with rebuilding. But the PM did also say, and you heard him strongly saying that he's determined to challenge misinformation. And I think there's plans to put, to challenge those. I don't know if he's going to be appointing someone to do that job, to speak out on the government's behalf, but he says that there is a lot of plans to challenge misinformation. But before we came live, actually, he spoke about shelter, and what struck me from his speech about the shelter, on the topic of shelter, is that, and I quote, "There's no question more work needs to be done, and we need to consider building shelters. Many of the shelters allocated as shelters before the hurricane were destroyed. All of those shelters were schools. They've also deployed social workers to go into the shelters where there are currently 1,200 people to assess the needs and make recommendations of those individuals and their families." But I guess the question that I have, and I'm going to try and get to some of you guys and get your reaction, because I feel like today has been really important, where we've gotten a lot more clarity, right? Clarity in the sense where we now have a timeline on electric and when power will return to certain parishes, certain areas, the entire island, how much money there is in terms of the government accessing to spend in order to help people get that money to rebuild their homes. So we'll get your reaction shortly. But for me, and I've been sort of looking into the issue of shelters because we've been talking to a lot of people, and we heard yesterday from such and such when he came on, as the guy who's been on the ground helping people. He raised the concerns about women and children being subjected to abuse in a lot of these shelters. So we won't go into details, but I'm sure you guys can, sort of get a grasp of what I'm saying. So he's saying that there are women who are having to, sleep in the homes of men. So men taking advantage, inviting women to sleep in their homes because they know they're vulnerable and they don't have shelter at all. So I think this will be really, really important because we're asking, what can those women do? What can those children do who may be vulnerable on the streets because they've lost their homes? But the Prime Minister acknowledged that the shelters which were meant to be shelters were destroyed during the hurricane. So how on earth do you know that you're in a hurricane zone, you are preparing for a Category 5 hurricane, and the shelters which were meant to be shelters weren't, I'll say it in his own words, were destroyed. Many of the shelters allocated as shelters were destroyed. So therefore, they've had to move people into schools, and a lot of those schools means that children won't be able to go to school. So how can a building be designated a shelter if it cannot keep people safe during a hurricane? If the government knew Melissa was coming, why were those shelters not looked at in advance? I'm going to ask the question again. How can a building be designated a shelter if it cannot keep people safe, dry, and fed during a hurricane? This is the quote from the Prime Minister. There's no question more work needs to be done and we will now need to consider building shelters. Many of the shelters allocated as shelters were destroyed. All of the shelters we're currently using are schools. So I'll ask the question again. How can a building be designated a shelter if it cannot keep people safe, dry, and even fed during a hurricane? That to me sounds like a colossal failure, a huge, huge failure. And I know obviously now we're not doing the blame game here, but the Prime Minister has given a speech, and through that speech, there are now really, really important questions. How can you have a shelter designated a shelter that is then destroyed during a hurricane? $1,200 people currently in Jamaica staying in shelters, and those people will have social workers who will come and talk to them, and then those social workers will have to determine and decide after their assessment where those families and those children will go to. But he says that they will now attempt to start, building shelters. So what will happen to the children in the meantime? It sounds like to me, and again, we all heard the Prime Minister. We all listened intently. So no one can't say, hey, you're giving misinformation here. We listened to the words of the Prime Minister, and I think it's important to raise these questions. How can a shelter designated a shelter be destroyed? What's going to happen to the 1,200 people who are staying in shelters right now? Not to mention those who aren't in shelters but are homeless on the streets. $1.15 billion, he says, is there. The money is ready to be spent. They will be setting up a grant where people can apply for money, and once they apply for that cash, they will then be able to start rebuilding. We don't know what the questions will be. We don't know the process, but I think these are important things, and it does go a long way in making us more informed. But we didn't get a timeline on how and when these procedures will be put in place. But I'm going to ask the question one more time, and I'd love for some of you guys to come and give me your reaction to the Prime Minister's speech. And we're just going to stick to the question. How can a building designated a shelter if it cannot keep people safe during a hurricane?
Hey.
So, yeah, you're going to turn your background noise down. And then
You're hearing the news again? Hold on. You know, I always have CNN on. Good afternoon, everybody. You still hearing it?
yeah, your background's really loud. You just got to turn it down.
Yeah, I was listening to the news on CNN. Good evening, everybody. Go ahead with your question. I wasn't listening for a second.
So the question is, how can a building be designated a shelter if it cannot keep people safe, dry, and fed during a hurricane? Just give me your take on that question. Answer to that. That's it.
Are you hearing me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Oh, I was saying the same thing. I think we, as a country, we need better building infrastructures. We are now prone to hurricanes. I think we should restruct the buildings as we consider it as shelters. I don't understand why we're still having zinc roof, even though, you know, and we can understand why. But it's still the fact that hospitals, schools, airports don't have good structures. We need to change the materials we're using. It's very sickening that the shelters persons has to use and they're not safe.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
It is not safe.
We're gonna roll on. Talk to a few more people. I mean, that's just a question that we're gonna try and just get our heads around over the next 10-15 minutes before we move on to our big topic of today. Thank you, Adil. Appreciate you coming up.
Okay.
Kira, give me your take. How can a building designated a shelter keep people safe if it wasn't a shelter?
The thing is, none of them were built with the intentions of being very good shelters for great catastrophes, because most of them were just constructed out of, okay, we need a school here, we need a police station there, or we need a hospital here, and they do quick work, cheap work, and put a big price tag on it. For example, there is no way we experience Hurricane Charlie, Hurricane Gilbert, Hurricane Ivan, so many other hurricanes, and throughout all those years, we still don't have not even one shelter that is fully concrete, knowing that we have a hurricane season that runs from June to November of every single year. And that is what makes it a big problem. Like, we are sure that we should be on hurricane watch. For over 60 years, we are sure of this, but we do not have any designated. When the government speaks of, oh, ensure that you have slab roofing now instead of zinc roofing, but be sure that the infrastructure can hold up the slab. We want the same mind frame when the government is putting money into building schools, because you have these elaborate schools, but all of them have zinc roofs. And that is where the problem came in, why the shelters aren't really safe right now. So so nobody built the schools with the intention that the school is going to be a shelter just in case the country needs it. And people gonna say, have you ever been through a Category 5 hurricane before? Switzerland recently constructed bunkers that can fit their entire country's population underground. You can go and look that up. Switzerland has bunkers now that can fit every single person in Switzerland, and they started over 35 years ago. And since we've been through so many catastrophes, Gilbert was 37 years ago. We had so many damages. Charlie was 37 years before Gilbert. We had a vast amount of damages. People forget that as well. So it's like a trickle-down effect from every single government. They don't prepare for natural disasters. And that is why we have this inefficient system right now, and they're scrambling and they don't know what to do, and people are still suffering. People are still homeless. People are still outside. I think I came up before and I gave this idea where I said that the government needs to stop going around and giving people tarpaulins to put over their roofs. I really think they should go into building shelters and have the police station at each shelter. So you have a shelter for girls, a shelter for boys, a shelter for women, and a shelter for men separately, and they should both be governed by security forces. Not the sex shouldn't be mingling with each other when it comes on to staying in shelters, because you're gonna have molestation, you're gonna have abuse, you're gonna have stuff like that. So stop giving people one tarpaulin here, because guess what? Some of them, their house is completely gone. The only thing they can do is put up 4 sticks and put the tarpaulin over them head. So it's ridiculous. Stop wasting money and resources into giving people 2-sheet apply. 2-sheet apply cannot build back a house. So we need all the materials grouped together to build large shelters that is run by the JDF and the JCF, where order is in these institutions, so that people can leave from out of these shelters, go to their respective properties and rebuild and return to somewhere safe at the end of the day. So you go out, you clean up, you build your house, you return to the shelter until your house finish, you move back into your house. That is my concept that I've been repeating over and over, and it's good to know that I don't know who advising the Prime Minister, but it's good to know that he's echoing now the same thing that I've been thinking. Make shelters instead of giving people one sheet of zinc here and 2-sheet apply. Is ridiculous, and they need to move forward now and start building fully concrete structures, because to be honest, Noel, Montego Bay is hit very badly, and the only reason why Montego Bay people aren't really talking about it is because they are very prideful. And most of the infrastructure in Montego Bay, when it comes down to housing, and I'm talking about the communities that are closer to the city, where the Elegant Corridor is. We're talking about Salem, Rose Heights, Lilliput, Norwood, Salem. All of those places, they are concrete. Most of them are concrete structures with slab roof. So they have their house where them can just clean up. They just need furniture now, but they have a structure. You understand? So those persons might be well okay. Why the government don't have these places? But people, the regular average person knows, say, guess what? Me nah build back no house with no zinc roof, because Gilbert did take my mother roof back in the day. And that is the only thing that saved Montego Bay. Because most persons, except for the housing schemes, and I think that's what the government is talking about when he's talking about some privately owned homes that they will be responsible for. We're talking about the housing scheme. For example, Edmund Bartlett Estate, which is the member of parliament, one of the member of parliament of Montego Bay, he has an estate where the houses are for ranging from, I think, $24 million housing scheme for each individual house. No house in that housing scheme is being spared. Every single one of them is damaged. All of them, the roof is gone. And this is the second time that this disaster is happening. They got damaged in Beryl, they got flooded before, and they had to evacuate some of the persons and fix that housing scheme. Another problem is the estuary in Montego Bay. Every single house is gone. Most of them is underwater. That is another housing scheme. So when it comes down to the housing schemes, the government is doing a poor job as well. So when they're talking about moving people around, getting different land, they need to stop rechanneling the waters, stop rechanneling the rivers, and building housing schemes in these flat areas, selling people them for $24 million, $17 million. And then when hurricane come around, you have these incidents where the water reclaim the land. That is what is happening in most of the housing schemes. Catherine Hall is a housing development that is built on dump land as well, and that is why the mud came, because it's built in marshland, and that house was a residential community that was spearheaded by the government as well. So most of the housing schemes in Montego Bay is built beside rechanneled water bodies, and that is why there's so many damage to those homes in Montego Bay. So I'm just saying the government should have been doing this from a long time, but he's saying shelters damage, whatever, but Jamaica never built an intentional shelter. There has never been an intentional shelter, and the schools are all zinc roof. No, and if he said, move out of your zinc house and come into my zinc shelter, made no real change, and that is what people have been saying. That's why enough people never go into these shelters, because you're leaving from a zinc roof to go to a shelter with zinc roof is ridiculous, and that is why a lot of people didn't come out. But that's my take on it.
No, I appreciate you, Kira. And since Kira was speaking there, we decided that we're asking, how can a shelter, designated a shelter, not work as a shelter during a hurricane? Here's another question, because I want to try and simplify it a little bit more. How did a shelter, designated a shelter, end up not surviving the conditions it was meant to survive? Who signed off on that failure? So whoever the Prime Minister had advising him that, hey, we've got 891 shelters. I remember seeing loads of news releases. We were telling people to go to shelters here. We were arguing. We were shouting at people, telling people to leave their homes to go to shelters. And now we know the shelters were not actually designed to withstand a hurricane, a Category 5 hurricane for that matter. So that then leads us to another question. Why are we calling it a hurricane shelter if it can't survive a hurricane? Is that negligence dressed up as being prepared? Jess, what's your take?
My question is, I haven't seen a bank or the prison. I don't know. Were there any damages to the banks or the prisons?
He did mention that rebuilding, they're going to be focusing on ATMs, banks, those sort of things. Yes, I think that's why we've been hearing of a lot of long lines outside banks and places.
Yeah, the ATMs, yes, but the structures were all good, right?
I don't know the full sort of detail. I've only heard stories of people just saying that, that they've had to travel from one parish to another because, their neighborhoods are destroyed.
Okay, because I was going to say the material that they used to build the prison and the banks, maybe it would be a good idea to start looking into what those materials are and try to use them into their building, their reconstructing.
Well, the Prime Minister did say there will be a National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, and they will be focusing on building back homes, safer areas that are in climate, that have weak climate infrastructure, that are in high risk zones. That agency will be in charge of sort of ensuring that those infrastructure,
the best material are used,
can survive it. But can you answer my question at all, Jess? I just want to hear people's take. Why were they calling it a hurricane shelter if it couldn't survive a hurricane?
I asked myself the same question.
Okay.
I am lost. I don't understand it. Because if it's a hurricane shelter, it should be good enough to withstand the hurricane. Although it was a Category 5, which no one has ever experienced, but I don't get it. I really don't get it.
The person who signed off on these shelters, who were telling people to go to these shelters, I wonder if they're still in their job. Who was that? Who were they? Who were these individuals?
Exactly.
Shelters.
Exactly. Who are they?
Wow. I'm not sure if Oxtel is here. Oxtel?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, Susan. Oxtel, can you help us shed some light on the question that we're asking?
Well, listening to you and to what the Prime Minister said, in the first place, there was no real shelter built in Jamaica. It was no real shelter them building in Jamaica for us, nobody with hurricane. All of these things is just quick grabs and do and then move on. Because if me and you know, when you're building something for withstand hurricane and these things, it is well built. It is built with concrete, and our fight would be either under the ground or well solid. You ever look at like a military base set or them build these buildings for soldiers? That's a farmer shelter.
Right.
But the next thing we realize is people have to understand, when you have a government who borrow millions of dollars from foreign banks and foreign corporations, they can never do anything properly for their country because they have to pay back all of this money to these companies and these banking systems. And now, when them really for do something with the money that they borrow, they don't do nothing more than just pay back right back on the debts. So it's a long way to go to see anything properly done for Jamaica when it comes to the preparation for people in a disasters or whatever. Because the government only sit down and be a set of government of dependents, nothing more.
Appreciate your take, Oxtel. NS structured. You're not on mute. We're asking, how did a designated shelter end up not being a shelter under the very conditions it was supposed to survive? Who signed off on that failure, do you think?
Who signed off? See, all of them questions that you ask are relevant questions, but guess what? The answer for it don't really matters, because what matters is that they want people dead. And once they get what they accomplish, then they can move with their agenda. So you have to look what's ahead. Don't focus on what you see.
But I think it's important now that we have the answers to the questions. So why were they calling it a hurricane shelter if it couldn't survive a hurricane? Isn't that negligence? If they were telling people to go to a hurricane shelter, which then never stood a chance of surviving a hurricane, that's negligence, no?
Them know that.
Misinformation.
They know that. You think they don't know that? They are aware of that. You think they don't know? They know everything that is done is strategically planned and done according to how they want it to happen.
Right.
Nothing is done unintentional. So it was done, it's like a premeditated. Everything that happened is premeditated. It's planned. And some people say, oh, well, maybe it's a conspiracy or maybe this is that. No, it's not. Just watch what's coming next. Look what happened after the storm. The next day, the Prime Minister, not saying he's a bad Prime Minister, I'm not saying he's good either. The next day he came out, he said, we have a plan, $5 billion plan. What? For what? To build new infrastructure? What? At the very places that the hurricane destroy? Hold on, that don't make sense to me. And talking from a person who was previously in the military, I'm a veteran too for the US.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
I know how, I know how they plan, I know how they work. And that's why I got out the military, right? Because of certain things that I've seen and witnessed, which I can't. Everything that you see is planned strategically. And the next thing I can tell you now, watch what's going to happen next. The next thing is that they're going to build a city right where you see your money.
That they're going to put grants in, and they're going to put rebuilding grants that will be issued to people. So people have to apply for those grants. And he also talked about the fact that there's going to be these new pre-built container rise models that will be shipped in.
Exactly.
So I'm thinking those models will go in place of where the homes were destroyed.
Yes, and I guarantee you there won't be any more storms to affect those areas. And that's why when it happened, I made a video and I said, right during the storm, I said, Jamaican, listen to me. I know we're going through a rough time right now, but please, my beg you, come together as people and rebuild. Do not sell on the land. So now the people them vacate them land. Guess what? They can go do whatever they want to do. The government can build whatever they want to build on it and have any strategy they want to do and sell to whoever they want to sell to. So they're just going to buy off the land. And guess what? When people are in desperate need, guess what you do? You give in. So you will sell, oh, me not have no food on my table, or me picnic hungry. What you going to do? You're going to give in, sell your land. Because you want food on the table for your people. So your family can eat, the babies them can eat. I tell you, look at what he's putting in place right now. He's telling you something about vouchers. He's strategically designing this thing.
Coupon and card system. Coupon and a card system.
A coupon and card system.
The vouchers could easily be frauded. Someone could, scam with the vouchers. So if it's a coupon and a card system, it's harder. It's a lot more secure.
Exactly.
You don't trust that at all?
So that's what I'm saying, man. This is the topic you have is really good. The questions that you're asking is really good. But guess what?
Listen, I'm just curious. I remember 22 days sitting here, and we were helping people who hadn't evacuated their homes, and they realized at the last minute that they needed to evacuate. The shelters that we thought were shelters at the time were closed and were leaking, but we didn't think much of it. Now that the Prime Minister has spoken and has said that the shelters that were meant to be shelters were destroyed during the hurricane, I think it's opened a can of worms.
Because it's planned. Some people feel dead.
Oh, come on, no.
No, that's what I'm just telling you. Not all we think, Not all
you honestly believe.
You have to understand government don't care about nobody land. It's the rich and the poor. It's the haves and the have-nots.
Hold up one second. You honestly believe that there was a conspiracy
to me? If you go online right now, anybody listening right now, go online and look up what the ARP project, HARRP, and you can see how they manipulate the weather, or they can direct certain storm. Listen, I'm telling you from experience, I can't give up too much information. Right? They can tell you, right? And they can. What we use for war right now is not fighting, go shooting people. The weather is our biggest war instrument. So that's why when my mother built a house in Jamaica, you know what I tell her? Put a blue or red roof on it. Why? Laser cannot penetrate through blue or red.
Okay.
That's how they start the fire in Maui. That's how they start the fire in California. It's a trend, man. It's not conspiracy. It's reality. It's right in front of our eyes.
It's called disaster capitalism.
We hear you. So
it's Suzanne Noel. It's called disaster capitalism, and you could study it.
Okay.
Yes, man. And look who's going to buy up the land: Rockefeller, Vanguard, and these rich corporate people. They go to.
Did he mention Louisiana?
Yeah.
No, Louisiana was one of those cities that was used for that. That was one of the first projects in the disaster. Go. There's a project now you could go look at. It's called the Shockwave.
Yes, everything is just for us to lose control, man.
It was a news reporter in the U.S. that went and did in-depth research on these natural disasters and how they capitalized on them.
Listen, sir, thank you for your service, and to the
anytime,
10,000 JDF members who've been, working hard as ever to try and, get those care packages out to people. But appreciate it.
Yes, man. My thing for the people, just before I come off, listen, people, The power is in your hands. The power is not in a government hand. The government's supposed to work for you, not you working for the government, right? So the thing is, what we lost track of is we put value on money instead of placing value on each other. And the moment we start putting the value on each other, know that if we can help one hand, help one. I remember a time when I was growing up, if a brother have some peas and me have some yam, we switch over, we trade over and say, all right, brother, we have something them called trade system or a barter system. And people run the world, man. Not money, not cash. Because what you going to do when they tell you, say, yo, you can't go in there and go buy no food because you don't take them digital ID. That's what's coming next to Jamaica. Then promise you.
We're going to do a discussion on that very soon. But I feel like today the pertinent question is the shelter.
The shelter. Because them want people dead. So it creates fear.
You have a prime minister who's not even certified.
1 second, Susie. Zion, just go first.
Drive north on South State Road 7.
Okay.
Go on, Zion. Zion, are you there? Dr. Strange, go ahead. So the question,
to your question,
I saw you saying that you can answer it. Why were they calling it a hurricane shelter if it couldn't survive a hurricane?
You know, the reason why they call it wasn't a hurricane shelter in the first place, the mere fact that it couldn't withstand the hurricane. They knew that it wasn't a hurricane shelter because before you call it shelter, you would have to do some sort of assessment to see if it could withstand the hurricane. I want to believe that they did some sort of assessment, but avoid the fact that it couldn't withstand the hurricane and told people to go to the shelter, knowing that it couldn't withstand the hurricane, right? Because I think it's just they did it on purpose because they had to do some sort of assessment to find out whether it could withstand the hurricane, whether people will be safe in it or not. So I think it's on purpose because even today in the press conference, Mr. Holness said that they are going to buy some container homes, right? And if you look at some of the container homes that were around when the hurricane came, some of them got blow away. And when the reporter asked him the question, why are you buying container home without doing any assessment to figure out whether or not it could withstand another disaster? He didn't answer the question. He didn't have an answer for it. So it's just they are just incompetent. I don't think they know what they're doing.
No, he talked about these containers.
1 second, Steve. One moment. So you think it's purely down to incompetence right now? That's
yeah. Because when the local minister Desmond Mackenzie came out and said begging people to go to these shelters, because he came out begging them, that means he's telling these people that these shelters can withstand the hurricane, That's what he's telling the people, He's telling them that it's safe, The Prime Minister also came out and backed the local government, Desmond Mackenzie, and told people to go to these same shelters. Now today, in our press conference, he's saying that the shelters that were meant to be shelters couldn't withstand the hurricane. How ridiculous is that? They're just incompetent, and they are showing it time and time again.
All right, Zion, I'm going to come to you now.
Yes, I'm here. I was muted earlier. Thank you, Noel, for inviting me to your platform. Hello, everyone. And Notre Dame, the guy that was on earlier, I just want to thank you so much for your service. I myself is a veteran. I retired after 20 years. And I'm currently living in the States, of course, but I'm from St. Elizabeth, right? And to answer your question, I think it's negligence, right? Because he, in his press conference, the Prime Minister in his press conference mentioned hurricane straps. when people are starting to rebuild to make sure they use hurricane straps. I have to attest to that because our home in St. Elizabeth, we hurricane proof the roof with hurricane straps. And as a result, our roof did not flew off. So my question is, if you're making these schools to be shelters for these people, why weren't you mentioned this in your press conference? So why weren't the roofs hurricane strapped to prevent the roof from falling off? So to me, it's like a purpose, like Nostra John said, that it seems to me everything is purpose. Like you really want to kill off the people then. Because you mentioned that when people starting to rebuild, make sure you rebuild. If you're going to put on a sink top, rebuild with hurricane straps. So why, my question is, why wasn't these schools hurricane strap down the roof them so them not fly off? You get where I'm coming from, Noel?
100%, 100%. And I'm going to repeat the question that I asked earlier, but I know you used the word negligence. So were they calling it hurricane shelters, knowing that it couldn't survive a hurricane? Is that a failure dressed up as trying to be or pretending to be prepared?
Yes. Yes.
Who signed off on it? So somebody would have went to the Prime Minister and said, Prime Minister, we have 870 shelters all across the island that are hurricane proof. People can go there. We must urge the public to go to these shelters, to utilize the shelters. Who made that declaration? Who went to the Prime Minister and said that? And listen, we understand a category 5, no one can plan for a category 5. But if the Prime Minister is going to come out tonight, right, and use the exact words and say in his press conference, many of the shelters allocated as shelters were destroyed, then it's not rocket science, right? That tells us that they weren't shelters in the first place.
And even if they weren't prepared before Noel, they had ample time to prepare before the storm, because the storm took days to reach Jamaica. It took days to reach Jamaica. So if you realize that, okay, these schools are not prepared for this hurricane, you had ample time to put hurricane straps down on the roof so that they don't fly off. My home, our home, I should say, my family home in Jamaica, like I tell you, is safe. We didn't lose a zinc.
Here's what I think, Noel. They didn't want to spend any money. They didn't want to spend any money because I'm sure that they could have went out and get some. That they could have went to hurricane straps to strap down the roofs, but the fact they just didn't want to spend any money, and they just wanted tell people to go to the shelter.
Susie, can you mute? Susie, can you mute your background? Susie, can you mute that? Go ahead. Say that again, sorry.
Yeah, they just didn't want to spend any money because this government doesn't like to spend money. So they just tell people to go to those shelters, knowing fully well that when they did the assessment, because they had to do the assessment, as I said before, knowing fully well that this place was not prepared for a hurricane. They just didn't want to spend any money. That's what I think about this whole thing.
We keep hearing that word, category 5. We weren't prepared for category 5, right? Why do we keep hearing that when the real issue here is decades of ignored repairs and underfunded infrastructure? Clearly, there is no doubt about it that successive governments have failed, and this is why we are in the position that we're in. However, and this is the big but, the Prime Minister is now in his 3rd term. So I think he will have to take a lot of that responsibility. But the big question is, who signed off on these shelters that were never hurricane ready, and we're urging those people who were running to these shelters to go to these shelters?
Yeah, he is the same one.
I've had multiple conversations on this platform with people who've come and said the shelters were fine, they were equipped with everything, they had all the facilities, all the resources in there. Yeah. And look, Prime Minister's come out himself and said that the shelters failed to do the very thing that they were meant to do.
Yeah.
I'm going to come to you, Susie.
Now, well, one more thing before I go down. I wanted to say that I want to believe that everybody was listening to the press conference when the lady asked why did they vote to delay climate change talk, because the government didn't have a response for that. They said that they are when the thing, what's his name again?
Matthew
the person in charge returned. they will give answers.
He's in Brazil right now.
Huh?
He's in Brazil right now. He's in Brazil at COP30 right now. Matthew Samuda. Samuda, I think his name is, yeah. Wow. Susie, are you there? I know, guys, I know there are a lot of you waiting. So whilst you're waiting, hit the screen. We're going to try and reach as many people as we can today. I feel like we've got some important things to discuss. More questions today than there are answers. And I feel like a lot of people...
Yeah, I pulled over. I stopped.
I feel like a lot of people will be...
Yes, sorry, Noel. I stopped so you won't have the noise in the background.
Posing some questions and being shut down or being told that their questions were not important. So yeah, so we're just focusing on the shelter. How can you designate a shelter? We're just focusing on the shelter. How can you designate a shelter? I think it makes sense now that I'm saying it. Go ahead, Susie.
Yeah, you want me to respond to that, Noel?
Yeah,
Noel?
You
can hear me?
Trying to hear people.
Hold on.
Loud and clear.
Now? Yeah, could you hear me better now?
That's better, yes.
Could you hear me? Yeah, I took it off the Bluetooth. So honestly, Noel, I was taking notes while you were taking notes also. And I think sometimes when I listen to Andrew, I get so annoyed in my spirit because I think he talks down to Jamaican people as if he's the smartest man in the room when he don't realize he's the dumbest. Because if you're boasting about you and Mackenzie and your team, and they have been announcing to go to the shelters. So what's the expectation then? And I keep saying it, and I said to many platforms, I think there should have been a genocide. So many people was supposed to die. They were disingenuous in their planning, and I think it's all part of their plan. They know what they're doing, and to literally, to me, I'm gonna say sacrifice your own people, your own black people, for your own plans, which is at the end of the day for me is for money. I think he insults my intelligence to the point where I get nauseated. Yeah, because if you keep saying to the people, go to shelters, and a category 5 is coming, and you as a government do not secure to make even the shelters secure to protect your people. But yet, so you could come in a press conference and admitting that you have failed. Either that or you're just totally incompetent, you and your wonderful team. And this is why, for me, I keep saying, Andrew owners who don't have a statutory declaration certified, who have financial issue, should not be at the helm of making decisions for the Jamaican people. And I'm not going to stop saying it. I think he should recuse himself from all of this until he gets certified and put the right people in place who can make right decision for the country and for the people. If you notice, all he talks about really is about getting back to business, getting back to collecting money. There's no real sincere genuinity as it pertains to the people, even going into these so-called shelters that he mentioned. There's nothing sincere or caring. You can hear it in him. It's all about going back to business, the tourism industry, business. I have notes because I'm driving now, and I'll come back again. But I just think it's ludicrous for you to come and put up a press conference in a global space that we're in right now to tell people to admit to the world that you have failed your people to this level. And then another problem I have, he said there's 900,000 Jamaicans affected. There's 2.7 million Jamaicans in the population, and which we don't really have a real count because he failed to do the census. Then how did he know it was 900,000? How do you know that? How do you know that? Where did you get your data from when there was only five parishes that is really affected? So all his numbers doesn't even make sense. There's a lot of ambiguities and just a lot of lies and deceit and the big general. I'm rest there right there. No.
But you do accept the fact that it was good that we had clarity today, though, right, Susie? And he provided a lot of answers.
Absolutely, because last night I wanted to come up so bad. So you're asking the right question, and you have been for the last 2 weeks. I listened to you, and last night I was trying to come up. But you just keep doing what you're doing for the Jamaican people. One, you're intelligent. Two, you're open-minded. And so you will not allow... You understand? And it's to get the truth out. So you keep it that way and don't let no one come and polarize your program.
Appreciate you, Susie.
Keep doing it. You're doing a really good job.
Thank you. Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Big question,
Hey,
Nikki.
good evening. What were you saying? What's the question? You have a new one?
Why were they calling it a shelter?
They wanted to just appear prepared. They knew that they had no actual preparation for the people, even though they had days and days and days of watching Melissa in the water spin and spin and spin until she made landfall. And so they just basically, it seemed like they pulled up the school list, they pulled up the clinic list and threw out the list and said, go here. Because they just experienced Borough last year. Half of those places were in the middle of actual repairs. They weren't even fully repaired. All that zinc from Borough was supposed to be temporary. And so they knew that those couldn't withstand, if they couldn't withstand a Borough, which wasn't even an actual hurricane, when the time it landed, they knew that it could not withstand what Melissa was going to be. And so they put the children, as you hear my child in the background, they put the children and the women and the elderly in so much jeopardy. And it really kills me what they're experiencing now in the shelters. And even today, how he goes, okay, we have the 2,000 people in shelters. We know they have to be disassembled and they have to go wherever they're going to go. He doesn't even have a plan. So you're going to disassemble these shelters that weren't well prepared and send them where? Where are they going to go? They're obviously there because their homes have been completely disseminated. You said it's 150,000 homes that have been destroyed by this hurricane. So now that there's no shelter, where are they going to go?
900,000 Jamaicans impacted, whether homeless, sleeping rough, hungry, lost their homes, having to leave their areas, going into different areas. It is... I feel like our job always, from day one, when we started this 22 days ago, was to ask the questions that I guess people who support the government don't want us to ask, right? And we were asking the questions, and I raised this point. I remember raising this point last Thursday. A lot of you guys may remember my interview with Mr. Vegas, a staunch supporter of the Prime Minister. And you may remember that interview crashed, came to a standstill when we asked questions about how prepared the shelters were. And I was told at the time that every single one of these shelters were prepared. They had medical supplies, they had water, they had all the essentials. Now the Prime Minister's come out today. I'm going to make sure I quote his own words.
They did not have those things. They did not. They didn't have beds. They were saying even at the Petersfield shelters, they were offering 1 bottle of water a day to the families there. They were having a severe hygiene problem. Of course, people all, swooped in eventually, but they were having a real issue.
Many of the shelters, in the words of the Prime Minister, allocated as shelters were destroyed. There's no question more work needs to be done, and we will now need to consider building shelters. They're also going to be sending social workers into these shelters to assess the people who are homeless there. There are around 1,200 people, and then those social workers will make recommendations as to what happens to those people. Hugh, I'm hoping you can give me some clarity and maybe put into context what the hell is going on.
Yeah, good afternoon, Noel. Good afternoon to those in the chat, those on the FARIO page, and those at the panel. In regards to the shelters, Jamaica does not have shelters. We have buildings, particular school building, which is used as shelters. Right? It's not that they built somewhere and said this is an official shelters with built to sustain any hurricane. It is just school, and it has been, and to be true to the government, shelters has been, these particular school has been used for all of the shelters, all of the hurricane over the years. It's not that these shelters were changed, which was always a school hall or a school room, which is used as a shelter.
But Hugh, there were never shelter, clearly not shelter sort of worthy in terms of withstanding a Category 5 hurricane.
Thank you.
That's my issue. This is my issue here.
Yes, right.
You can't call it a shelter if it can't withstand Category 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5.
Thank you. And that there lied the issues. There was no pre-preparation or structural checks before let it continue as shelters. And you might have heard that one person died as a result, a part of a shelter falling down, right? And
who should be held responsible for that? I mean, who's going to answer? Who's going to answer that person's family members? They were told to go there. Imagine that you go to a shelter.
They were told to go there, and the shelters are organized and manned by the municipalities in each parish. The parish council is responsible for maintaining the shelters and to designate buildings for shelters. So the Minister of Local Government, Honorable Desmond McKenzie, would have been the line minister. And he would have been the one who signed off on all the buildings for hurricane shelter.
Right. So we have somebody who portfolio that falls under. That's really significant. Because I guess the question that I was posing, right, was who signed off on these failures? So who was it that told the minister, hey, we've got shelters, over 800 of them, knowing fully well that these shelters were never prepared for Category 5 hurricane, but yet they were telling people to leave their homes and to go to these shelters?
Right,
who should be held responsible?
The responsibilities of the shelters is the municipalities. The parish council, the municipalities in each parish, they are the one who oversee and designate the shelters. And in regard to preparation, resources and supplies before the hurricane, I was listening to the dialogue between you and Mr. Vegas, where he said that the shelters were prepared, there was food, there was medical. No, there's no such thing. There is no such thing as medical personnel or so and medicine available for persons going to the shelter. The argument which came out prior to the hurricane was that persons should have walked with their own medication, and most persons would have taken 2 bottles of water and taken some food. The most given to the shelter manager just before the hurricane would be like a water boot, a raincoat, probably 2 or 3 raincoats. That is the most given. So there is no pre-preparation before the hurricane, like food or medicine. And if you are going to administer medicine to people and have it at the shelter, then there should have been, or there must have to be somebody there who have a little bit of training when it comes to medicine. You understand? And that was not provided. So I think that a false information being spread by Mr. Vegas last week, Thursday.
I feel like there are a lot of people on here and elsewhere across social media, and people with no political agendas or no political allegiance to any party at all who will feel vindicated, right? Because people were genuinely raising concerns. We were told that the people who were complaining about the shelters not being prepared, they were liars, they were never in shelters. And look, the Prime Minister has provided clarity. He's come out today and he's basically said that many of the allocated shelters were destroyed. And that's the big question today, guys. And we're gonna keep drilling the question. We're gonna put it out there. I want everybody to be asking the question. And hopefully, if he does a press conference tomorrow, somebody will ask the Prime Minister, how do you designate a shelter, which then turns out not to be a shelter? How does that even work?
Because
building to facilitate a shelter on the grounds of each school which is designated as a shelter.
I hear you, Hugh. But what I find even more puzzling, and there was so much to take away from the Prime Minister's press conference. He talked about, and he said this line, I think, towards the end: Kingston, the capital, needs more investment in order to protect the city itself from future hurricane. So that also suggests to us that it is an absolute miracle that Melissa didn't cover the entire island, or else it would have just been a complete catastrophe. So the money, and obviously we've got to think about the money that they're going to spend. He said $1.15 billion is there. It's ready to be spent. It's ready to be put into use. That money means that they're not going to be able to invest more money like in areas like Kingston and elsewhere. Hence why he mentioned it, in order to get those areas ready, in order to get those areas prepared should there be a Category 5 hurricane that comes and decides to go towards Kingston and other areas. But it feels like the government's in a race against time.
I understand the logic of the Prime Minister, but will the government be able to help or fuel more development in the other sector, other section of the island which was not damaged by the hurricane, and at the same time concentrate on rebuilding, especially the tourism industry, and building back the houses and the lives of the people in the 6th constituency which was damaged.
Yeah,
I think his appeal was mainly to the private sector, but what else can the private sector do now? Because Jamaica has become a service economy, and that is one of the main problems now with a lot of the hotel in the western part of the island being closed. So that would affect the government pocketbook.
Yeah.
Read the collection of taxes. You understand? So I think that would cost the Prime Minister. But what sector would we grow in particular, like Kingston and so? Because manufacturing is down and Jamaica don't manufacture much nowadays. They import all of them goods and bring it in the island and then sell it. So what sector would the Prime Minister expect to grow in order to help to balance the fallout of the 6th constituency in the western part of the island?
I mean, listen, I don't want to alarm anyone, but that press conference, I know the Prime Minister was very upbeat and was very calm and controlled in how he delivered it, but I think it raised more questions, and a lot of these questions, I think people should be concerned, concerned about the future of Jamaica in terms of the fact, just from the perspective that things won't be the same again and money is going to be a big problem. The Prime Minister did also say, because I know he did acknowledge that he is aware of people asking for transparency on every bit of money spent. But he said that he will, moving forward, be transparent in every single dollar, and people will see how that dollar is spent in the country. So we wait to see on that. But let me come to you, Sweetie P. Back to the question, because I feel like a lot of people, we're just going to keep asking the question until we all maybe try and come to the conclusion that maybe there was never a plan. How does a designated shelter end up not being a shelter, Sweetie P?
Yeah, Noel. Yeah, greetings, everyone. Noel, you're doing a wonderful job. First of all, I want to commend you on what you're doing. Right. About the shelter now. I grew up in Kingston 11, right? And from them time there, we have the two party fighting each other. I'm not bringing no party in this. I'm going to show you an example about the shelter, right? Two party fighting each other from when? One of them come to the other area ready to analyze who is them catching them way and what have you. We had to go over to the school. There was a secondary school. It's a technical school right now in Kingston 11. Yeah, we had to go over the school to shelter over there. I don't know about no shelter. Where shelter is concerned, is community center them calling shelter and school. I personally don't know of no shelter really. I don't say they're not there, but I don't know them. Right. Now, at the end of the day, with 3 weeks over the storm come and what have you, I can't believe that people is still going on your panel, other panel, and trying to defend what is not being put in place and what is not being sorted out for the people that need help in so many ways right now. You know, it's like some people really don't have no heart. You understand what I'm saying? There's no time for politics now, talking about this is color, that's color, and what have you. I cannot believe people is still defending the stupidness, what is going on. It's more than stupidness anyway, but me not really want to go to the extreme on this, what have you. I was on here last night and I wanted to say something, but it never happened. Somewhere me get bounced out, what have you, but that's just like, you understand, but that's my little piece. Me not really I hold up the thing and what have you, but people need for have a art right now. We need for come together, right? Who is far away like myself? I'm trying to do what I can do, you understand me? And all of that. So, you know, we need to get the thing together. We need to get it together because, you know, people is in crisis. When you look on what's going on, little bits and pieces where you get, whether it's Instagram or what have you, and if people is unalive, baby suffering, baby in cardboard box, and you know, it's just too sad. Water is the staff of life. You're dying for water. You're dying for thirst. You know, it's bad. It's bad. Them still coming to defend a party at this time when we're into such a crisis. Anyway, I'm not gonna steal them because I know a lot of people want to talk. Here, yeah, man, give thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Tasha, why were they calling it a shelter if it couldn't survive a hurricane?
They already knew it wasn't. Good afternoon, sweet. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. In my opinion, in a lot of people's opinion, that's the first thing my grandma said to me yesterday. We talking. She's 96, by the way. She's currently in Jamaica. But, you know, we have a decent way of life. But nevertheless, in my opinion, he already knew it wasn't a shelter. He knew it wasn't a shelter and he knew it wouldn't be safe. Saying that make him feel like he's doing something for the people. Okay, he already knew it wasn't. That's first and foremost. Second, from longer time, all they're doing is robbing up money and not billing schools, hospitals and stuff with proper materials and structures to make it become strong. They rob up the money, bill it cheap, say it billed, and then this what happens. Okay, they have investors that come in from out. They lowball, don't build proper structures, no guidance on what they need to do. And some guidance they say they have, but really it's not. It's just like in America. You're in America, I'm in America. Certain things you can't do when you're building a home. Certain things, even when the electric go in, they have to have the state, the city, and all come out and investigate before they even close that wall. Am I correct, Noel? You see what I'm saying? You can't just build whatever you want to build and say, oh, I'm going to give you money and you be quiet about it. So to be honest, he sold us out. He abused. He sold us to people out.
Tasha, 1 second. Let's speak hypothetically, right? So let's say I'm Mr. Holness. Don't look like him, I know. And the minister comes to me, my minister who's in charge of preparing and making sure that the infrastructure and the buildings that are called shelters, the shelters, comes to me and says, hey PM, we've got over 800 shelters. They're ready to go. Let's get, let's make sure we tell the people this is where they can go. Can we really blame him, or does the responsibility lie around the people who were telling him?
Let me tell you.
It ultimately comes back to him as leader?
Let me tell you why I said I blamed him and every other PM that was in office. I'm gonna tell you why I blamed all of them.
Successive governments, all of them.
All of them. I'm gonna tell you why I blame every last one of them. Okay. First and foremost, Jamaica is a third world country. Okay, we're an island of loved and great people. Every time these people come in parliament and they take office, they say they're going to do this, they say they're going to do that, and they don't do nothing. Or if they do the bare minimum. For example, they sell us these homes in these schemes and said, 19 million, 20 million, and what you see, they're all flooded underwater. They're all demolished. They're underwater. They're riverbeds. If you had did proper investigation before you sell these lands and said, okay, this land could be sold, before you sell this land for money, before you even lease this land for money, let me do proper investigation, because I know every one of them going there. Once you read the culture and everything, you know where there was ever a river on that island. You're supposed to do proper investigation, see where to build and where not to build. Instead, you come in and you sell this building all because of greed and money. You sell the poor areas out, which to us, they may call it poor, but to us, we're not poor. We're rich. Okay? Poor people, we are rich. That's what they fail to understand. Because at the end of the day, we don't die at 78, 79, and we don't have a whole bunch of disease. Baby, my great-grandmama died at 109. My great-grandfather died at 111. My grandma is 96, walking, talking, and doing everything. My grandfather is 98, walking, talking, and doing everything. So we are rich. And we are rich because we don't eat certain things. We don't do all of that. We enjoy nature. We run around barefoot. When they say, don't go outside with your barefoot, that's what we do, barefooted. And we don't have no sickness. We don't have to go to the doctor from cold every minute. When we get cold, we get a bush from our trees, the trees that they're tearing down. We have trees that was grow there, that all you have to do is wash it, boil it in some water, mix it with a little sugar. So, we use sugar cane to make sugar. We are rich. And that is why I think I think all of this was a plot to him, because he see money. And I'm going to tell you exactly why I say that. I'm going to go further. Reason why I say that is these old folks that own all these 100 acres and 50 acres and 75 acres in these places that actually got damaged, these folks are old. You have some people in their 70s that already just want to farm and enjoy their life. Now it's ripped away from them. We're talking 70 and 80-year-old. We're talking 78, 79-year-old. You think some of them may have the courage and said, I'm not going to sell. I'm not selling. Some is going to give up and sell. And that's what he wanted. He took so long to come in with aid. After we have people in those areas that's old, 98, 97, all of them, they need help. No, I'm not a PNP, nor am I a JLP. I'm none of them. I blame every last one of them, to your comment. I think when he did that and he took so long, it made people be more fed up. They're easy to give up at this stage in their life, to just take something at an area where, okay, I just take this because you're going to give this to me, but here go, you're taking my 100-acre land. You're taking my 75 land, you get what I'm saying? So he's doing this and he's taking so long to respond. It should not take this long to respond to a crisis. Not only that, when you was running for PM, you was in every single crease and cut of that island to get every vote. Okay, so my question is, why are you not in every crease and cut of the island to provide help? I listened to what the government said in Africa, now the one that's in party, and I agree with him. I agree with him 100%. You was all over that island for vote. Every places that no one hear of, you knew where they were. So how now when they need help, you're not there? You don't know. You have to assess. We're in the red zone. No, you're in the red zone because you want to take those people lands. It's all about money. Developers coming in, taking people and pushing us way back more. You know what I'm saying? But they always say, we sit low and we have a higher God that sit high. And whatever you think, whatever he think that he may do to a lot of these people, I don't think he know he not going to get away with it, because God don't like ugly. Let me tell you, they say karma is a word, but karma is something powerful. You understand what I'm saying? All this crap he doing, it doesn't make any sense. It makes, when I see my grandma sit down, sometimes she crying, I'm like, Ma, calm down. It hurts her. She said, look at this. It hurts her soul. You hear me? It hurts her soul. Do you know we have land in St. Elizabeth, and we have over 4 different people reaching out, trying to already buy our property.
And you guys are in the US?
I am in the US. My grandma is there, but she's in Montego Bay. I built her home in Montego Bay when I was much younger. I started at home when I was 18. I finished build that home when I was 19. So she have a brick home. My father have a nice brick home. My mother has a nice brick home. So we were good. The only thing is we lose light and water, but we got generators. That's what I'm saying. We are in a stage where we are okay, but it's not just about us. It's not just about people that can afford it. It's what about the people that can't afford it? What about the people that get basic water? You know what I'm saying? You was in every crescent cuts giving away jums to full water when the election. Why there was no jums and stuff now after the disaster? That's what I can't understand. Where my parents live or where my grandmother lived, garbage is picked up. Okay, garbage is literally picked up. Why in the poor area the garbage is not being disposed? Why is the garbage still sitting there? Are you still wanting more to get sick and more to die, so the less you have to pay out to take their land? What is it? Because in certain areas the garbage is picked up. So why in the poor area the garbage is overflow? I see an area in Mount Salem. That's in Montego Bay. Why is those garbage still sitting there from weeks on top of weeks on top of weeks? Just inhaling that could kill you. It developed different sickness from that trash. Why is it still sitting there and those roads are perfectly good? There's nothing wrong with them roads. The only thing is some people that have board house, they're hit down. It's not a great area. You have great parts, but why is the garbage picked up in the great parts, but the garbage is not picked up in the other parts? It's not making sense. It's not making sense. I think
it's not making it. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to say
it's not making sense. It's rubbish to me. They're full of excuse. They're doing all of this just to gain. But I could tell you right now, ain't none of mine for sale. I'd rather come down and put some building on there. Ain't nothing for sale for me. So I don't care who you want to call or whatever. Nothing that we own is not for sale, and I don't care. You know what I'm saying? You worrying about a city. No, first we need to get our people in homes, our kids off the streets, our kids and families out of muck. We need to get them back to a daily routine. Let's help our people. When you stop forgetting about the people and all you think about is the dollars, you don't need to be there. You don't need to be there. You lost your way. You don't need to be there. You know what I'm saying? You don't need to be there, because we, the people, is the life of the land. Because without us, it won't be a Jamaica. It won't be a Jamaica without us. You need the people on the land for it to be called Jamaica. The people is the Jamaica, not the land. And
if I may just interject something where Tasha is concerned, and just to put some statistics on the table. Jamaica population is around 2.8 million people. A quarter of the population, which represents 700,000 people, live in squatter or informal settlement. And that is why you have this large proliferation of boat structures, which got damaged in the hurricane. The question now, and I would hope Sasha would have spoken to it, what will happen to those persons living in squatter or informal settlement where most of those lands belong to the government? How would those houses there, and some of those persons have been here for generations, how would those houses be given to them, seeing that they do not own the land?
Hugh Blair.
Without proper land reform.
Hugh Blair.
Yes.
I think I don't know if you saw it, but it even came over the news. They're currently doing surveys for the land. At the moment, they're in St. Elizabeth. They're focusing on the Black River, Santa Cruz area. I'm sure they will eventually reach to Westmoreland. But this is mainly because we all know this, like from the very minute that we heard about the hurricane, we know that this was coming. It's just that people are so delusional and everything is a conspiracy to them. But it came on the news. They're currently doing surveys.
Kira, I feel like for a lot of people, they had trust in the system. It's trust, right? Because we're always taught, hey, you follow the rules, you don't get in trouble, you stay out of to reach with police, and you don't, and you try and trust the government. If the government says, hey, there's a hurricane coming,
I don't trust no government at all. And I'm gonna say this mainly because
same for me.
You see, back in COVID-19, did you know that Starlink was prepared for this disaster? Just as how JPS is prepared, Starlink is prepared. Starlink came in COVID-19 and was tested in the community of Lilliput for a few months to see how well Starlink would work in Jamaica back in COVID-19.
Yeah, but that was because they wanted the license to operate in Jamaica, though.
Huh?
They did that because they were applying for a license to operate in Jamaica.
Yes, they have to apply for a license to operate in Jamaica, but I'm not naive. So Jamaica, let me just put it into context here. The same thing happened in Hawaii. They sent there to test Starlink and to get their operational license just the same. After the fires in Hawaii, Starlink is now the #1 internet in Hawaii, right? After their devastating fire. What is happening now in Jamaica? We're having a wave of Starlink. Nobody really needs Flow. Nobody really needs Digicel anymore. What, right? So these things are being placed way before we are seeing everything is unfolding in front of us. You see, in Westmoreland, somebody said it. Jamaica, let me finish. You see, in Westmoreland, most of the land there is leased land. Just like Tasha, I grew up in Newmarket, St. Elizabeth. My grandmother died leaving 20 acres of land for her 10 grandchildren. It's good enough that she had a title. Thanks be to God, my grandmother have a title for the land, so we can go and claim it.
So we pay taxes on it.
Yes, as well as that. For majority of persons, farmlands are leased in Westmoreland and St. Elizabeth. It's leased land. And it's not leased by individuals most of the time. It's leased by the state. Because a lot of these lands were lands that were used during slavery and was passed down through leasing to persons who wanted to do agriculture, farming. So for the most part, a lot of these persons, they build makeshift houses like board houses. I'm not talking about capture land. Capture land different. Montego Bay is capture land central. I'm not talking about capture land. I'm talking about leased lands. Westmoreland and St. Elizabeth have the most leased land. These people pay lease for their land yearly, right? So in these areas now, they can go in and they can do their surveys. You can come up, please. They go in these areas and they can do their surveys because they have the right to reclaim the land, even if the lease has ended. Why? Because it's now called a disaster. zone. It's a crisis area. It means they can cut the lease. They can reclaim the land now. You have no title to it. Why? I was just listening to the Prime Minister speak, and he said that they are now working on creating new industries in these areas that were being damaged. Do you know what new industries mean? It means a new city, right? It means they're gonna start manufacture, factories, corporate buildings, all of those things in this area. That's what he meant by industries. So we are looking towards rebuilding there, right? Everybody's gonna say, oh, so no want the place build up. Yes, we understand. But when you strip the land that feeds the country from the people, what is left for them to do? Now, even if you're going to say over an extensive amount of time, you're going to move them from there and you're going to put them in a different area and maybe provide housing like what they used to do with Food for the Poor, right? Where they used to build these houses and put them in and whatever. At the moment, what the government has just started to do is they build these structures and give them to people while they hold on to the title of the land. So if they give somebody a house right now and say live in there, as soon as that person dies, the house rolls over to the government again to give to somebody else that is in need. So let's say you're homeless, the government gives you a house, you die leaving your kids behind, your kids are now homeless too, because the house now goes back to the government, because your name is not written under the government's agreement as the owner of the house. Right? So it's a lot when it comes on to those things. I was going to bring this up when it comes on to infrastructure and rebuilding. A lot of rebuilding cannot take place. That's why I was saying to you earlier, Noel, after they do these surveys for the land, tell you where you can build, where you cannot build, you have to go show title for your land if you're going to build, right? So when it comes on to surveying and rebuilding, that's why I'm saying they need good structure shelters now for these people, because believe me, they're gonna be homelessness for a very long time. So they need shelters where they can stay in for a little time, and then I don't know where they want to place them. Then they go out, they start rebuilding, but for now they need somewhere to stay. But at the moment, rebuilding is not as easy as all of us is thinking. We have 7 parishes. 4 that was badly hit and 4 that was severely hit, and the other 3 that are badly hit, right? So the more severely hit ones, they are in the ground zero, and they're going to need those shelters right now. Rebuilding for them is a if and but, because some of them don't have title for the land, some of them not going to get back them lease that them have for the land. The government is now looking into importing GMO foods, so it definitely means that agriculture is going to cut down on a smaller scale. There was the government said that he's allocating all the help he can give to the tourism sector, which he's talking about the Elegant Corridor that stretches from St. Elizabeth all the way to Montego Bay, right? The Elegant Corridor is just to restart tourism, right? Because we know that tourism is our #1 earning sector right now, different from the BPO and the construction industry, right? At the moment, we need something to help rebuild our economy very quick and fast. We have seen that the waters had taken back course in a lot of these areas. We had one member of parliament who proposed in the past to bottle water and sell it to other countries. And to be honest with you, I think that was a good way to go, because 1 bottle of water is more expensive than 1 pound of bauxite. And you can go and look into it for yourself. Jamaica has been losing its soil, and that is what's causing so many landslides and stuff like that in this bad weather. Selling water cannot deplete Jamaica. Jamaica is the land of wood and water. If you're going to sell bottled water to other countries, that is great revenue for the country. China itself needs water. At one point, Jamaica wanted to lease National Water Commission to China. And if you're going to sell your water body to a foreign entity to deplete it for free, why not sell it to them? They also introduced farming bamboo in Westmoreland. This is something that people can look into. Bamboo takes nothing. You don't need fertilizer, you don't need water, it grows on its own. Bamboo is a big industry that is used to do many different things. If we want to go into other industries, at the moment, I think Jamaica needs to step back a bit from tourism, because we see how easily impacted it can get if we have things like natural disasters. We need to refocus. Now is the time we need to rebuild, because we're down on our knees. We can't just push billions back into tourism. We already see that 5 hotels said that they are not opening until next year. Grand Bahia Principe just closed, leaving 2,000 people unemployed. So we see how easily tourism can go on its face, and we need to rethink everything. We need to reframe our minds, and now is the time we need to start over, because there's a lot that we need to do to fix our infrastructure going forward and to make money come into the country. Because you just hear the Prime Minister say we don't have enough money, and we definitely don't. We are looking back into borrowing money from the IMF, and that is ridiculous.
I'm going to intersect you right there. You are correct with that.
Tasha, 1 second.
Okay.
Tasha, 1 second. Carl. Carl, you're in the box? Carl, you in the box? Are you here, or do we drop you?
No, I'm not in the box.
You are in the box. I think I was just giving you an opportunity. Your fingers must be tied. You're typing a lot in the comments, contradicting these ladies. So I was giving you an opportunity to respond.
I'm okay.
If you go back into the comments, and if you are abusive or say anything offensive, we're going to block you. So you had an opportunity to talk. I want to hear from someone very quickly. So Premium Boss, he's been basically delivering aid on the ground, helping people in northern Trelawney. And the reason I thought we'd talk to you, Premium, is because the Prime Minister mentioned in his speech that he's going to be, that the JDF are now going to be going from humanitarian to rebuilding. Can you tell us the situation in Trelawney? Are people still hungry, or are people now back on their feet down in that particular area?
Good night, everyone. Everyone hearing me?
Loud and clear.
All right, firstly, I think it's going to take some time before, like, most of these parishes that got affected come back on their feet. Like, it's going to take time. So you still have persons who have never gotten a care package before, because even though a lot of persons are going into these parishes with care packages, you still have areas that are not so close to the main road that most persons are not trying to access. So yeah.
22 days in, there are people who are still hungry, still haven't received any help at all.
Yeah, because you have persons like me, and I don't remember his name, but you know it's on the St. James side. Person like me and that person, we try to go inside, like communities inside those areas that are not so easily accessed, right? But at the end of the day, if you are not from the area, we might not have all the resources to help. But if you are not from the area, right, and you are giving out care packages, I know most of those persons won't receive any of those care packages, because if you are not from the area, you're not going to know to say, all right, take that lane, go down that side. So me and that person can't really give out or give care packages to everyone. At the end of the day, everyone is just sticking to the main road, or sticking to the popular areas, I should say. They still have a lot of persons who haven't received care packages.
So I think you're referring to such and such who was here yesterday.
Yeah, such and such.
You gave us an account of what's happening on the ground. But you know, I'm struggling to comprehend and struggling to believe that there are people still out there who are still struggling, who are still starving, who are still basically waiting for, are they waiting for help, or are they just sort of hoping that people keep turning up with food? Like, what's the situation there?
All right, for example, you have Bongazelle. If you don't really have your own vehicle, to move around to get food is not so easy, because there are times when the road is completely covered with water. I've drove through those areas and I have to detail my car. So if you don't really have your own vehicle and willing to like take on the road, you might still need, you might don't even have access to even try or go and get some food. So if those persons don't really go into those areas with those care packages, there's still a person that not getting any food.
Can I say something, Noel? I see a lot of people saying, oh, they're just waiting for help and waiting for help. I don't think some of you ever been to rural communities in Jamaica before. I mean really rural, where the shops are board. So if you have a board structure shop, what do you expect is left of it if you're badly hit? If every single board structure is down, what do you think is left? If you're marooned from the rest of the communities, if you're marooned from the cities, how do you think goods is going to get into those rural communities? There's no goods that's going to be able to go in, so you're still gonna have those maroon communities. For example, I saw a YouTube video. I grew up in Woodlands New Market, right? And they have a place called Back Street. You can go and look at it on YouTube. The only reason those people got help is because of the girl named Jessie, farmer girl Jessie. We went to the same school. She's 30 years old. She have a big farm, and she's the one who had to use her platform and say, please, we are begging for help. We are marooned up here. We can't get any goods in. We need food. If it wasn't for her, nobody would look at them because nobody don't know when they're in Back Street, New Market.
True.
So if there's no way to get goods into the communities to them, you can't say, yes, them are with help. Because guess what? What do we eat? We don't eat rice, we don't eat flour, we don't eat mackerel, tin food, we don't eat stuff like that. If your animals die off in the hurricane, if your vegetation perished during the hurricane, everybody look at the videos and see everything turn brown like a fire burn it up. What more food do you think they have? They can't survive off sosa yam every single day. Come on now, people. For persons who are talking, you have real rural communities where they don't have a lot of concrete structures. Right now, I know a community that is probably just 5 houses standing in that community, and everybody literally live in those 5 houses. The neighbors have to take in every single person. So when you're not talking, you need to consider those persons that live in really rural communities. Because some of them don't even know there are communities where source of board, probably just 5 concrete houses with slab roof.
Let me come back to premium.
Kira,
1 second.
The Prime Minister today announced that they will revert to like a ticketing system to provide food for the people, and also to use the Member of Parliament and the local authorities to deliver the food. Do you think that instituting that will help?
That's a card. I mean, that's a voucher. So you said a coupon and a card system. So they're not doing vouchers anymore because those are not believed to be reliable in terms of getting people food. But again, he's mentioned this, but we don't have a timeline as to when this is going to happen. Premium, I want to come back to you because I feel like you said something, and a lot of people are wondering if what you said is genuinely the reality on the ground. But I've seen you, and I've seen you out there. I've seen you doing a lot of work. The people who you mentioned 22 days in are still waiting for help. I mean, how are they surviving in between the time that you're going back and forth to these areas to feed them? What are they doing?
Honestly, I'm still trying to figure it out. Probably they are getting help from neighbors, but you have some persons, the first they are getting packages, they are getting it from me. And I think the government could have done something better, because you do have Member of Parliament for each constituency, you do have councillors and all of that. So I think, yes, we all have to be good humanitarians, but I think it's still the government responsibility to try to reach persons that need citizens to, do their work, basically. That's what I think, but it is what it is.
What's the most surprising thing that you've seen out there so far that's really shocked you?
Giving persons food and they don't have anywhere to put it. Like you have some families, when I give them the food, like the most I can do, I do assist with building houses, but the most I can do is giving out care packages. And you have some person, when I give them the care packages and I observe, they don't have anywhere to put it. Honestly.
When you say anywhere to put it, do you mean like basically because they've lost their homes, they've got no way of storing the food, right? So they're just putting it on the floor.
Yeah,
wow.
And some persons are just staying with their, like, some persons are staying with family members, some persons are staying with neighbors and so forth.
How are some of those people feeling? Are they now sort of giving up? And they're just sort of just hoping for the best right now?
Honestly, I don't know, but I can tell that most of them, they are really touched. Like, they want the help, so we just have to just come together and just be our best we can, just assist. And hopefully the government don't wait forever until the person die of starvation before they actually start putting in the work.
All right. I'm going to come to you now, Links. I know you've been waiting patiently. And I guess I'll go back. I mean, I think Premium was good in giving us context in the sense that there are people still out there 22 days in who are still struggling, who haven't eaten, who haven't had any, well, they've eaten, but they don't have a steady flow of knowing where they're going to get their next meal from, but they're getting care packages here and there. But the Prime Minister spoke earlier today, didn't he? And he talked about the fact that shelters failed to shelter people. And the question that we were asking is, why were they calling it a hurricane shelter if it couldn't survive a hurricane? Is that government failure? Or is that just a genuine reality where a Category 5 storm hits and that's just how things work out?
All right, Noel, I just want to say good night to you and members of the panel here and to your audience. Really and truly, I don't know if a lot of people is aware, but Jamaica have a building code. Yeah, we do have a building code for buildings. I was made aware of that about 6 months ago when me and my brother went down to Jamaica to get an architect to draw a plan for us. And the architect was telling us that there is actually a building code for Jamaica. In certain places, you can't really build buildings like 2 stories high or 3 stories high, or, you know, for example, in Westmoreland, I think they can't really go much more than 2 stories high and stuff. But the truth of the matter is there's a lot of buildings in Westmoreland and St. Elizabeth. Sorry about my speech because I just did a tooth extraction and that's the reason why my voice is sounding like this, because there's actually something in my mouth, yeah? But yeah, a lot of the buildings in Westmoreland and in St. Elizabeth and other places in Jamaica, we don't follow the building code only because you have a lot of poor people or middle class people, middle income earners in these areas. So they can't follow the building code, Noel. So a lot of people may just put up a 2-bedroom board house or a 3-bedroom board house, but really and truly they just build the house, but they're not following the building codes. In regards to the government and the buildings that they designate for shelters, they just send out a few persons to check like certain schools, as long as the school building is a concrete structure and the top of it look like it's solid, it's not going to blow off in the hurricane and stuff, and the area look like it won't be a place that will be flooded when the hurricane comes, the government is going to use that building as a shelter. That is the reality on the ground in Jamaica. And these are things that we have to talk about. So it's not like somebody definitely be building a school and saying, oh, when this school is complete, we're going to use it as a hurricane shelter. They build the buildings like in Montego Bay, in Westmoreland, and in St. Elizabeth, all across Jamaica. We know as Jamaicans, a lot of us as Jamaicans, we don't draw a plan to build our houses only because like sometimes it's the cost of the plan Noel. Sometimes it is cost to do this survey of the land, and there's a number of factors, and people with knowledge about Jamaica can tell you these things. But what I'm trying to say is the majority of people in Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, and certain places in Jamaica, they just do not follow the building code because they can't. If they should follow the building code to build a house, they're not going to have anywhere to live. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Links.
So Jamaica does
Links.
have a building
Hold
code.
on, Links. May I just interject for a moment, please?
Yeah.
One of the problems, particular in Westmoreland, is the affordability of lands.
Right.
So,
all of those factors.
Hold on, Link. Let me put the question first. So when you say that Jamaican don't follow building codes, the lands, most of them down there are leased land. That's why they have the proliferation of board houses.
Yes, but even persons. Hold on. Wait, I was on the panel. Wait, you. Even persons have seen this before. Even and Kira probably can speak to this too, and other persons. Even people that own land in Jamaica, like anywhere across Jamaica, they don't always follow the building code to build a house, and we know that as Jamaicans. So I'm not really pinpointing fingers at anyone. I'm just saying the reality on the ground is that many a times poor people, especially in Western Jamaica, they don't really follow a building code. There is a building code, and if you check with the parish council, you can see that Jamaica does have a building code. But it's just that a lot of us, we don't, when we're building a house, we don't follow the building code. So just like I heard person saying, like in the United States or in Canada or in the UK, we do have a building code in Jamaica, but it's just that many of us don't follow it, and many of the government institutions, they themselves don't follow the building code. They will give passes, like for example, to hotels and to other places. They will make sure that the inspectors go and inspect like the hotels and stuff. Like for example, in Negril or certain places in Montego Bay, like Rosal or those places. But typically in rural Jamaica, a lot of times there's nobody passing through to ensure that, okay, you are building that house, you are building it on a gully side. Check the geological survey of the land to ensure that should there be a heavy rainfall and water is coming down, that section of land is going to be soaked and it's going to be, it's going to erode. You understand what I'm saying, Noel? So
again, I'm trying to understand, and I think a lot of people are trying to follow. At least follow the procedures for places that you designate as hurricane shelters, maybe.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is the government
sometimes they will cut corners, and it's inevitable that people might know people, and you might get things done quicker that way. But at least if you're saying somewhere a school is going to be a hurricane shelter, you've got to follow procedures, no?
Yeah, that's because the government themselves, a lot of times they don't go there to ensure that the building is up. They have somebody reporting to them and telling them, like for example in Savlamar, Mannings can be used as a hurricane shelter, or Petersfield Primary can be used as a hurricane shelter, because they look on the concrete, which is the walls and stuff, and once the building looks strong and sturdy, they will say they're going to use it as a hurricane shelter. But in truth, nobody has done any proper testing or checks to ensure that that building is actually hurricane proof and be able to withstand category 5 or category 4 hurricane. They just look at the structure of the building and they just pass it off and say, that big building, it looks big and strong, it can be used as a hurricane shelter. You understand what I'm saying now?
But Links, do you understand that there's absolutely no government building that was built with the intention of being a shelter?
Most of them is being used for like government offices and stuff. For example, like the one
I'm saying, Links, remember I know the government have been saying this for years. Every hurricane that is coming to Jamaica, they direct you to designated schools and stuff that is supposed to be shelters, right, Links?
Yeah.
So over these many years, because this is not the first that shelters has been damaged, right?
Yeah, and it's not a PNP or JLP thing. It's just the government thing.
I'm not being political right now.
Yeah, it's just the government
I'm not being political. Like, I'm not being specifically targeting any particular party. I'm that is in Montego Bay, 99.9% of the housing schemes are built where water bodies were. Did you know that?
That is just like a private contractor. He have like 10 acres of land and he use the land to build like
Links,
15
if you're a
houses on
private
it.
contractor and you bought the land through the government, isn't the government supposed to say this is not a place for building housing? Links?
Yeah, the government should have their regulators. That's what I'm
So
saying.
why
we are
the
on the same page.
government authorizes a private company to build homes to sell to people through NHT? That is a government entity.
Because of corruption, Keisha.
Exactly. So if you're gonna build these houses that cannot withstand a hurricane, remember, and I just spoke about it. Adelphi, roof's gone. Catherine Hall, flooding. Bogue Village, roof gone. West Village, roof gone. Adelphi, underwater. Irwin, roof gone. Edmund Bartlett Estate, roof gone.
Mr. Ingram, I'm going to bring you up. You reckon
Yes, Noel. Thank you for
not correct. So Tasha, thanks for coming up. I'm just going to remove you just to bring up Ingram, and then I'll come to you, Cyan. Go ahead, sir. You're saying the information here that's been discussed.
I'm just realizing that we share this. I'm just realizing we share the same name. Yes. The point Link was just making just now, I think is out of context right now. The houses they were talking about in the main destructive houses in Westmoreland in this disaster has nothing to do with any code. They were poor houses built on leased land or capture land. So the issue of building code don't arise in this situation. None at all.
I think you're mistaken by what I'm saying, Sir Ingram. I'm just making a general statement that oftentimes, because the people are poor, we are not contesting and we are not in a debate. I'm just saying, oftentimes, let me finish.
No, you're wrong.
I'm just saying, oftentimes.
You're wrong.
Noel asked a question. Noel, what was the question?
Allow me to make the point.
Let Noel rephrase the question. When you lead the discussion in that way, you take away from the discussion at hand.
That's the point I'm making.
The suffering on the ground. You know, we are not discussing engineering.
Hold on. Let me clarify something. In Jamaica today, we are dealing with about 5 parishes where directly get severe damage from the hurricane that passed. Most of the houses that were damaged were houses built on capture land or lease land, and they were not permanent structure. So starting a conversation now on the issue of codes don't arise.
Noel was asking about the structural, the buildings that they were used for shelters. That's what Noel was asking about, sir. Listen to the question that he asked.
No, I didn't hear that.
Mr. Ingram, I'll repeat the question again. How did a designated shelter end up not being a shelter under the very conditions that it was supposed to survive? and we were asking who signed off on those failures. The Prime Minister, for context, said earlier today that a lot of the shelters were destroyed in the storm. We were asking the question.
Noel, can I answer to that again, please?
Because 1 second, I just want to hear Ingram. I just want to hear what he has to say.
And let's get it over. The shelters, the fact of the matter is that most of these shelters, we have never experienced a hurricane of this nature. So our ordinary school on a rooftop normally work because when they said remove from where they were concentrating on people who were basically living in low-lying areas that flooding would occur. They weren't dealing with a situation where the average roof would go. And I want to hasten to point out the Edmund Estate, for example. This is a brand new housing scheme constructed with it about 2 years ago, and all the roofs are gone, and the interior also. And this is a scheme that was built and echoed by the Prime Minister of Jamaica, no less a person. So I want us to, yes, the issue answering Noel's question relates to shelters being used for shelter, building used for shelter, and weren't able to withstand. That's the fact of the matter. This was a category 5. So therefore, school like Monroe College, which is a very good prominent school with a good structure in place. The fact of the matter, the moment you say rooftop with zinc, it is going to go. So that's so the understanding is that when I say move from one area to the other, they were referring primarily to areas that have a low flood.
So why were they calling it a hurricane shelter if it couldn't survive a hurricane?
I don't think they call it hurricane shelter. I didn't think they really call it hurricane shelter. I don't think they refer to that. They just said shelter. I don't think they really, and that's why I heard that's true.
Shelter was being used.
They said shelter. They said shelter, but they don't actually said hurricane. Well, maybe they meant hurricane shelter, but it was not geared for a category 5.
Yeah, but what Noel's point is the building should have been hurricane proof. That's Noel's point. Why would they call it a hurricane? Why would they call it a shelter and a place of safety for the people if it was not safe? That's the point that Noel is trying to get to.
Because the fact of the matter is, most of these buildings were in fact used in the past as shelters, and they would store the storm that came, and they were actually used as shelter, and they were reused time and time again as shelter. This is an exceptional different situation, and we have to acknowledge that. As a matter of fact, I heard a lady make a very good point the other day that this money that is being collected by the government now must ensure that they build hurricane shelters that can withstand cases like the 185 mile per wind. But the point I get here this evening, I want to get across, very, very important. Today, our Prime Minister of Jamaica, I just did a blog on it, said that the main problem we're having is that the persons who are doing the distribution, they are not aware of the different communities. And with immediate effect today, they're going to now start using the representative in each area to identify the areas of need. I find that to be a most ineptitude statement, and I mentioned it was on RGR 94 FM. Diane Jackson Miller was bringing a point. Her exact words was that she don't understand, make no sense. The Prime Minister of Jamaica said today that they're gonna now start to use representative in the respective areas to identify the area of needs. Now, can you imagine a Prime Minister saying something like this on the 17th of November?
To identify what, Ingram?
To identify the areas of need, because the person who are doing the distribution now are not aware of the different areas in the communities. That's what he said today. I am shocked. As a matter of fact, I said just now that if I was employing anybody, employing Prime Minister, the first thing I would do today, I wouldn't ask him for resignation. I would fire him instantly on the ground, because I've heard the Jamaican people. Just last week, when I heard Dr. Campbell spoke on a blog, and Dr. Campbell pointed out the difficulty he was having and the fact that his community was as if nothing happened there. And the following morning, I said on a blog that Dr. Dayton Campbell should call in Amnesty International because something was definitely wrong. And for the Prime Minister of Jamaica to say today that they're now going to ask the member of parliament to liaison with the distribution people in order to determine the areas of need and to locate the different, is a disastrous comment in itself. Thank you very much.
Right.
Thank you very much.
I mean, isn't that a good thing? Isn't that a good thing, though, Ingram?
It is a good.
He's now willing to step up in the moment. And
it is yes, no, very good point. It is a good thing, but 22 days late.
How early would you have done what he did today? When would you have done it? Day 5, 6, 7?
No, Noel, would you believe that we just have an election in September? And if you see how these politicians, and I'm not painting a particular color, they were able to go to every nook and cranny of the island to find the voters. Okay? So for a Prime Minister come today to say that he's now going to start to use the people in the community to identify, it's a gross act of ineptitude as far as I am concerned.
Isn't that failure down to the minister or whoever is in charge? Because obviously, personally, he's not overseeing the people who are distributing. I mean, he's got a team around him, right? So is it directly him?
You know why I'm directing to the central point, because I heard Dr. Dayton Campbell on a program with the program, I think it was Voice of the Nation. They were soliciting gifts and benefit for people, and he came on the program and he explained the same very thing, that he's not seeing the people who are doing the distribution. And as a matter of fact, I went to Blackover week before last Saturday, and when I stood there in Blackover, I saw trucks issuing out things in the town. I said to myself, what method are they using to determine who get a benefit now and don't come back little more? The following morning, I did a blog urging the government, urging the people who are giving distribution to put in place a method to ensure that you have one person, one benefit. Yes, and no less a person than a prominent JLP supporter. And I'm not being part, but I'm not speaking the truth. Said that there was that the government solicit and engaged an international distribution company who is responsible for distribution. And when I check it out, that was a notorious statement. Who in Jamaica who are doing the distribution now are the Army, the Ministry of Social Security, and Food for the Poor. Those are the three entities in Jamaica now doing our distribution. So we missed the ball totally. We missed the ball. And people have been crying. Every little area you find, you hear people telling you. I heard it on your blog, Noel. People telling you that people are, just now, I think one was here saying people are not getting the benefit. Telling you that people just now, I think one was here saying. So we have a problem. And we have to, and I hope we are learning from this experience, or we are learning. So
Ingram, is there any? I feel like it was good that the Prime Minister came out today. He gave a lot more, transparency of plans, and he did say people who are spreading misinformation, he's going to make sure that he challenges those people robustly. I think that was a big part of his speech, because
which information? Spreading what?
There are people out there deliberately causing mischief and being a nuisance, but. Within that speech, he also talked about the fact that businesses are going to get, sort of loans to try and get their doors back open. He's also going to provide generators, Starlinks. Businesses will be able to apply for these things. Police stations will now be given, police stations that are still standing will all be given generators. So no private citizens will get generators at all. And that by the 15th of December, Montego Bay should have full power. The rest of Jamaica, it may take up to 6 months or so. It's good that he's come out today and he's said a lot. I mean, but yes, you still don't have confidence in him at all.
Noel, I have absolutely no confidence in the current method of the distribution. This is something I'm seeing every day. I'm wrestling with every day. I have no confidence. And for him, and thank you, you're correct. It's good for him to say it today. But from essential, listen. Disaster preparedness people are professionals. This is what they practice as professionals. And to react to a disaster is part and parcel of the whole disaster preparedness institution. That's what they must be doing. What are they paid for? And to say that he's gonna get in touch with people who are being mischief, I have no issue with that. We have no time for mischief right now. When I speak, I'm speaking to a specific instance that I witnessed with my two eyes. And I heard today when he's saying that he's gonna start using the representative to identify people in the areas who have a need. That should have been the practice from day one. That's common sense.
And Mr. Ingram, I think the Prime Minister is spending too much time speaking about misinformation. I think as a Prime Minister, yeah, I think he's spending too much time speaking about misinformation. And what he should do is to get his team down, and if he sees something, correct what is out in the public space. But to go out on a limb to talk about misinformation being spreading, and that what amount of misinformation is spreading. Remember, it's a technological era, you know. People will always have conspiracy theory and everything, but yeah, the Prime Minister, just keep doing what you're doing. Leave that. Leave that. I don't want them to get involved in too much conspiracy. Every minute is some conspiracy, some misinformation. And when him do things like those, it seems as if he's throwing words at the opposition. You understand? Because if you look at the commentary of the supporters, all of that anger is towards the PNP to say the PNP is spreading misinformation.
The first thing that is fundamentally wrong, you can't have a disaster of this magnitude and all the persons you appoint to your committee are members of your JLP government. That's absolute lunacy. Right? You must have people from a broad, wide cross-section of the community who are fully aware on a faith with the different who live over there, so Mr. Joe on a corner there, so over Bush there, so over River there, so. That is what happened. You know something? This is the disaster in itself created because of ineptitude, you know. Because the people at the ODPM must be, first and foremost, I don't know the language, I'm no expert in this area, but you must be in a position in which you are anticipating a hurricane, you are advised of the magnitude of hurricane that was on its way. You are advised of the distance and the time it is taking and the speed at which it is traveling. You are given all those information. Those information are at your fingertip. So to tell me that 22 days after disaster, you are telling the country that you have now discovered that the people who are doing the distribution are not able to identify the different communities. That is undiluted garbage. And as I said before, if I was in a position to determine your employment, I would have right away dismissed you and replaced somebody else in the job. Because that is gross ineptitude. There's no question about it. The disaster preparedness people are professional people. Last night I heard on a blog, there was a registered nurse, and she was explaining and giving some experience that in their country, in the United States, she's a registered nurse, and she's saying that what they do on a monthly basis, they meet at a disaster preparedness group and put in place measures and re-examine their situation, their status, and their ability to respond. That's what she said. So let us not come here. I am not here talking. If I had heard that coming from Mark Golden this evening, I would have the same response to him. Because this is not anything with JLPM. People are out there suffering. When I heard a call from Cambridge firm, a lady named Sandy, what they're experiencing there. When I saw Kirk Wright from TVJ talking to a lady, she found her suitcase 1 mile from where her home was. This is a serious matter. You can't be sitting there and talking today after 21 days that you are now going to start to get the people communicate with the people who are represented.
Does this suggest, though, does what he's now done suggest that he's listening and he's now fully starting to grasp what is happening?
Yes,
which is a good
definitely,
thing, right?
Definitely. And Noel, my argument is you are very late. And in today's, when knowledge is at our fingertip, today you are extremely late.
Okay. All right. Let me come to you, Rasta Kid.
Can I make an honest statement? No, Philip, please.
1 second. 1 second, Kerry. I think Rasta Kid was waiting a little while because I know you've spoken before. But I'm gonna Rasta Kid just briefly, and then Michelle, and then we'll come back down. And then I see you as well.
Let me say something. I think with the government is going on in this stupidness. First thing, a police station, all those government buildings supposed to have a generator. Don't wait until the storm to have a generator. Those are emergency buildings. You understand me? Places like those are supposed to have a generator. So the generator you're getting now, don't talk about, oh, I'm gonna give it to a police station, I'm gonna give it to government buildings. Why are those places are out of a generator? Some places like a fire station. What if they have an emergency there? You understand me? What if we are out of electricity and then you have a bad incident? They need some like electricity to operate on somebody or to do some, some fast surgery. Why are those places out of a generator? The next thing, to me, this whole thing is totally. It's like a whole plan. You don't care about the country. The first thing, you are the prime minister. Your wife is the speaker of the house. That means the both of you is literally controlling the whole island. You understand me?
But wouldn't you say Rasta Kid though? In all fairness,
what you're saying. Oh,
in all fairness,
I was watching even them talking there.
But Rasta Kid, in all fairness, the people of Jamaica voted for him, and the House of Representatives voted for her.
Yeah, like what type of stuff is that? You understand? It's like you guys running the country.
But the people made the choice,
You guys running the country in a wreck. Hey, to be honest, right now, the way the whole thing is going, the only thing can save Jamaica right now. It's not about the people make the choice. It's only if the people stand together and say, let's fight this. Because as far as what I can see, they don't care about the. You understand me? Andrew Holness have a plan to bring in whatsoever new stuff you want to do. And as far as I can see, if the people don't come together to stop it, it's not going to stop. The people have to stand up and say, listen, we are not going to stand for that. You understand what I'm saying? That's the only way it can stop. Because a lot of people don't know this. But you see, when it comes on to governments, a lot of governments, they work like a puppet. So the order that Andrew Holness get to carry out is not just coming from Andrew Holness. A lot of people don't know this. It don't just come from Andrew Holness. You understand me? It come from a head. So a lot of times the prime minister, they fly out, go to other country, have meetings. A lot of stuff that he say don't come from him. So a lot of times he's trying to please other countries. You understand me? He have to work with other countries to get his and do exactly what they want him to do. You understand me? So what he's
doing. Who do you think is his master right now that's controlling him?
No, stop that. I don't think there's no evidence of that in Jamaica.
Ingram, one moment. I'm just
listen.
Ingram, just a moment. I'm just curious to
listen.
Here.
Listen to me. Everybody have their point and everybody have their opinion. You understand what I'm saying?
No, hold on. It's not about of opinion. There's no evidence of what you're saying of that in Jamaica. That we are the prime minister in Jamaica is being dictated to by another regime. There's no evidence. So please do not raise that point. There's no evidence of that in Jamaica.
Are you listening to what I'm saying?
Yes, I heard you.
I agree with you, Mr. Ingram.
I
totally agree with you.
Listen what I'm saying.
I totally agree with you.
I have no brief for this.
No conspiracy theory.
Don't come here with it.
No conspiracy theory.
It's no chance. Are you going to let me get my point across?
You made it already.
No, that's not what. All right. You remember when that sickness came in?
Are you withdrawing that point, sir? Are you withdrawing the first one?
No. I know. I'm just trying to show you something.
Are you withdrawing the first one, sir? Because what you're speaking is conspiracy. There's no evidence in Jamaica, a sovereign state, where it is being dictated by any overseas authority and the ways we are going. Stop that, sir. That's an unkind statement, and it's illiterate, and we don't exist here, sir. We are intelligent people in Jamaica.
Are you going to listen to what?
Stop. No, I'm not going to listen to that, because if the man...
Listen what I'm saying to you. Remember when the sickness came in, right? Just listen. You're going to listen to what?
Just land your points here. Just go ahead.
And they said we have to get vaccine, right? And they pushed the vaccination and Jamaica. You know, right now here in the state, there's a lot of insurance company where if you die and you take the vaccine, you won't get payout.
Noel, don't discuss the vaccine on the platform. The TikTok will flag the live here. Yeah, be careful of the conspiracy where vaccine is concerned. Move away from that, please. Please, and thanks.
I'm not going to tell you to leave what.
Please, and thanks, yeah.
So, Rasta Kid, so you believe that there is a president of Jamaica somewhere telling the Prime Minister what to do?
No, I'm just saying there's a lot of stuff going on where people can believe what they want to believe. Understand me? But I know. When they come on, I used to work in Jamaica. Kind of work for the kind of where they give some buildings contract. Yeah, we were all different type of government. You know what happened? And then that smaller contractor submit to one of his friends, and then by the time it get to build the building is not properly built.
Okay.
You understand me? School and stuff like that should be refurbished yearly. Natural disaster preparedness should be sending in a report at least every 3 months, testing places that they use for shelter. You understand me? Where are those reports?
So that's led to you believing that there is a big wider plan, a conspiracy to.
Yeah, you understand? Exactly. That's why I think there is something bigger going on that Jamaicans don't know about. But all of us is going to be here to see it. You get what I'm saying? All of us is going to be here and see when it happens.
Like what, for example? Like you think there's going to be? Don't mention the smart city stuff. I mean, or do you think that's what it is? Because I feel like a lot of people have their own beliefs.
All right. For example, even I'm not going to mention anything about the smart city. You understand me? But even Jamaica now, they find oil in Jamaica, right? They're talking about they find gold in Jamaica. They're finding things to make copper in Jamaica. You think if another foreign country want that right now, and our Prime Minister, I'm sure that the Prime Minister, they will sell it out. Because that's what they do all the time.
Where's the gold? Come on, where's the gold? Where is it? Where is it down there?
No, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. For real. I'm just telling you what they are saying. You understand me? So I'm saying if
I thought you knew where it was.
If they are selling out stuff like that, you get what I'm saying? If they are selling out stuff like that, and a foreign country needs stuff from in the island, you don't think they'll go out their way to get it?
Okay.
Noel. I'm an old man, and I have a good time these days. If gold and oil was being sold out to Jamaica in bulk, I would be very much aware of it. Currently, the oil exploration, based on my understanding, experience right now, is that they have identified some trace, and they're trying to identify whether or not they're marketable source at the moment. That's the information, and I have no evidence to think otherwise. And in Jamaica today, there's no information. I want us to understand something very important. There's no information that anybody in the US, United Kingdom, or any developed country in the world, in inverted commas, there's no information that you guys have that I don't have it at my fingertips. None. So please get that straight.
All right. Let's get back to the conversation because we went
Thank you
down
very
a
much,
rabbit hole.
sir. Very important.
Ourselves back up. Appreciate you coming up, Prastigate. Thank you. SYN? Cyan?
Hey, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, you
Ruben. The point that I wanted to make, Lynx, he was on the podium, but he came off. He made mention to the shelters that you were asking about, and just the same thing that he said. There's no proper analysis that is done in regards to a shelter. It's just that it is situated in an area where they look at it, the structure is good, it's not prone to flooding, and then like a day or two before the hurricane, they go and they just put some basic food supplies there, and if they have enough resources, they probably purchase like some bedding, like some mattresses, and they like couple mattresses, and that's just it. So it's like nobody like go around and they do no analysis and say, okay, this hurricane proof, none of that, of my knowledge, because lived in Jamaica before, and know of a shelter which was we call it a school that houses like the elementary and middle school. They call it like, I don't know if they still have them there, they call it the all-age school. So it was more on a higher ground area, and it was a shelter. And after, I think it was in Hurricane Ivan, after we leave from where we were living and we walked and we went up there, just the basic things they had, some couple things of sardine, couple things of corned beef, and some some crackers and some water, and that's it. Another thing, I just want to make a point when it comes on to both government and the whole politics system in Jamaica, accountability and transparency. Those two key things are lacking in the system. Accountability. No one takes accountability. No one is held accountable. And transparency. And I have been passing through on TikTok and hearing many persons talking about, okay, when the governments are going to when they're going to do the aid, they're going to start work on rebuilding. Many of these contracts that they're going to pass out, it's going to go to who? Who are they going to be go to? Friends. They're friends. So that's where it comes back to accountability and transparency. Our politics, our system of governance in Jamaica, it lacks that. And that's just what I have to say. You can take me down, all right?
I appreciate you. Thank you. Michelle, I know you're waiting patiently. Go ahead. Are we talking about, are we still trying to answer my question? I hope so.
And what was the question again?
The shelter, right?
Yes, it's me, Michelle. And what was the question? Good night, everyone.
Yeah, we were asking, it depends, because I feel like we've gone down a few different lanes, but we were asking, how did a designated shelter end up not being a shelter under the very conditions it was supposed to survive?
That's a question to ask as well. And I just want to say, in every conspiracy, there's a truth. So when they're telling him about conspiracy, there's a truth behind it. Okay? One thing I want to say about the address that he made to the Jamaican people today. How could a prime minister say, out of the disaster, you will have opportunities? No, that is wrong. Out of the disaster, there will be opportunities. No.
I feel like that was the prime minister maybe rallying, maybe just rallying the people to say, hey, tomorrow may not look as bright as.
Well, say it a different way, but no, that was not, he had no diplomacy about saying it that way. Okay. What about the people that is going through it right now that has nowhere to live, and also people who lost family members in it all as well? For you to say out of the disaster? No. There's opportunity. I'd rather not have the opportunity to be facing what I'm facing right now.
Right.
Yes. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Michelle. Thank you.
Yeah, what would she say in presenting the same scenario? What would you, how would you coin it? She gone? I would like to hear what she coined.
So Kira, go ahead, and then I'll come to you, Scrap, Suzanne, and then Chopsy.
So a very important question, because every time we talk about the shelters, right, people say we could never prepare for a Cat 5 hurricane, right? So who came up with the bright idea of having a cat bond on the island for a category 5? Come in, I think you don't know what cat bond means. In a category 5 hurricane, we are insured just in case we have a cat 5.
Big up yourself, lady. Big up yourself, lady.
Right?
Yeah, lead us, lead us, Continue.
If you can think that the country can be hit by a cat 5 hurricane, right? And you go as far as to insure the country for $154 million US. Don't you think it would also be thoughtful to think and say, if there's gonna be a Cat 5 anytime at all in the future, aren't we supposed to have category 5 type buildings to house these people? So
repeat what you just said a while ago, Kira.
So this insurance started 2 years ago.
Repeat it again.
Fundamental.
The country's insurance was 2 years ago. It started 2 years ago. I am sure in 2 years, right? Because when you're gonna start an insurance at the same time, you need to start building. Because in a year, man, you say, climate change will come, and me see where it is affecting other nations, and it's drastic, and it's wicked, and it's bad. And we need to have a hurricane-proof shelters for our people. So firstly, you think about the money before you think about the lives. Because you think about cashing out after the Cat 5, but you don't think about what is going to happen. They lied to us. They looked in our faces on the TV and they said, there is a shelter. Go to the shelters. That was the lie they told to us. You know why I said that? They had to do it. Because if you have nowhere to send people for them to have a fake sense of security, you would be in big trouble. Because you could have looked at them and say, how Cat 5 will come and miss me and live in a one little catch-up board house, and the government could even tell us if we go to one school. It's called false sense of security, and that is what Desmond Mackenzie did. He just had to take the bait. You see, just like how Tufton took the bait during COVID, this man had to take the bait because he knew that he couldn't withstand it. So the time we paid $10 million US a year for this cat bond. Did you know that? $10 million US we pay every year for this cat bond.
That is correct. That is correct, Coward. That is correct.
So we could get 154 million in return.
That is
right?
Correct.
At the moment, the Cornwall Regional Hospital reached $22 million in refurbishing.
Billion.
In refurbishing a hospital we can't do.
Billion.
It took $6 million to add the wing for the Children's Hospital at the Cornwall Regional Hospital, right? I am sure we could have used money that they say we have, because they say we have 1 trillion at the moment. Am I wrong, Mr. Ingram? Didn't the Prime Minister just said we have $1 trillion in the Jamaica pocket?
The budget.
In the budget? All right. Let's go ahead. Andrew Holness took 1.2. Andrew Holness took $1.2 billion and refurbished the park in Montego Bay. They call it. What's the name of the park again? Anybody in Montego Bay, please remind me. $1.2 billion.
Harmony Park. Yeah.
Harmony Beach Park. $1.2 billion. And you only
Where you come from, Kerry? I forget.
No, man, she's a student of our class, Ingram.
Me remember. Wow.
$1.2 million was used. Listen, and you only can use the beach for 3 days of the week because the other few days it is closed. The public cannot use the beach, right? You still have dead bodies floating up in the beach over there. When in the moment you needed to prepare for the same category 5 you insured the island for. So at the end of the day, I hear people talk about we couldn't be more prepared. Nothing. They failed us, and I care zero.
Yeah, just rubbish them a while ago, Kira.
Kerry, yeah, punch hard, Kerry. Yeah, punch hard.
All right, Scraps. Scraps, you there? We're asking about the shelters not being ready for the hurricane. People being told to go to them.
Okay. Well, I just, good night, everyone. I just, yeah, man, heal up. I just heard a clip from the Prime Minister, which I couldn't take it from an intelligent person with a smile, because the Prime Minister said he was talking to this person, English. I don't know if it was a reporter or so. He was asking him about the preparedness of the hurricane or about the search and rescue. And he said it was too dangerous to go out and search and rescue. And I'm saying, at what point would it be not dangerous to go out and search and rescue? Because at that point, the hurricane did finish blow. So if it was a matter that the hurricane was still blowing and he said, we can't go out in the hurricane, I could understand that statement. But after the hurricane finished, and people now supposed to immediately start to go on search and rescue, how is it then that it is too dangerous? And where in Jamaica would it be too dangerous to embark on search and rescue? I cannot understand that statement.
We got 10 helicopter. We got 10 heavy duty helicopter brethren from the US about 2 or 3 days after the hurricane. We got in 10 helicopters, heavy duty ones.
Where was the JDF helicopters?
Yes, so right here also.
So and they are not equipped for the terrain. That's what you're saying.
Saying so we got 10 plus about 5 or 6, that is 16. So I'm supporting your argument, so I wonder how we couldn't. I don't get it. I mean, talk as yourself.
Okay, I was thinking you're saying that they came late.
In all fairness, Scraps, I think they did make the point after the hurricane that usually you wait up to like maybe, I think, 16, 17 hours. You usually have to wait, give it a period of time before you could go out because of the infrastructure that could be weak. Yeah, but I remember us asking the same question, I think, in day 4 or 5.
So that was established.
Yeah, I think there was just delays around the safety of the first responders, right? Making sure people are safe and they're not just throwing people out, and then those people getting into trouble, getting stuck, trying to rescue people, and then that making things a little more.
Well, if there was an established protocol, I yield to the statement to a degree. You understand? I yield to the statement to a degree, but if I cannot see where we are saying that we were not prepared for a category 5. I endorse what the lady was saying, but at the same time, there must be a point where we were at least prepared for a category 4, and then we just need a little extra boost to take care of the extra problem that occur. But it can't be that we, after the hurricane, we are just planning. It's as if we are just putting together to see how we can deal with this thing. It must be that we should have some plans, at least for a category 4. Because we know about that one.
Scraps, the scientists warn us, that with the advent of global warming and the disturbance of the ozone layer, when we are getting rain, we are going to get super rains. And when we are getting storm, we are going to get monster storm. Right? And that is one of the reasons which fuel the World Bank in 2021, along with the Minister of Finance and a person from Office of Disaster Preparedness to get the cat ban going, the additional cat ban, because I remember one was there before. You understand? So anyone who come up now to say that you can prepare for a Category 5 hurricane, you are not listening to the science.
Excuse, man.
And you're not listening to the scientists.
That's mere excuse. And in terms of the shelter that we were talking about, if the shelter should have been equipped at least minimally with food and blankets and those things, right? Because you cannot look to be transporting everything after the hurricane. So those things should have been transported. Most of those things some of those things should have been transported when the course was clear. Okay, I believe that. The next thing that I want to look at too is the argument about our government not under any directive from any other former government or country. Explain the Cuban doctor situation to me. Explain that to me. Because the other Caribbean countries, they come out plain and said they can take our visas, they can do this, they can do that. What did Jamaica do? How did Jamaica handle it? Them send on the Cuban them. And then we are in health crisis. At a time that we are in health crisis, they send home the Cuban doctors. So explain that to me.
There's some politics around that, and the US government's position on countries that cooperate or work with Cuba. But there's a lot of politics behind that, which I think there's more to the story in that way, you know? I think
it's called geopolitics.
Politics, but Paul, that is exactly what the persons were suggesting, that our Jamaican government cannot just act upon their own in some way. They take, we don't call it now, directive from other government like the US, and this is the example of what you are saying here now.
I think what that's more diplomacy. You're following diplomacy and wanting to appease, Donald Trump, for example, the most powerful man in the world, right? And if he says any country that works with Cuba, there's going to be trouble, you're not going to be that country that's going to defy him, because you need him, especially in moments of crisis. You need aid and stuff like that. So I think there's a lot of, politics, but obviously it could have been before Trump as well. But a lot of these things are just soaked into so much politics, politics that's beyond our.
And if I may just go back in history, the Jamaica Labour Party has always aligned itself with the Republican Party in America. And not only the Republican Party, they are always aligned with the West. In 1973, when Michael Manley went and had diplomatic relationship with China, Michael said he would look to the East, while the Jamaica Labour Party said they will continue to look to the West. So Jamaica is always an ally of America. That is a given, especially under JLP-led government.
And if I may respond based on my reaction, I'm fully aware of the political side of things. I'm when I express certain expression, I'm zeroing and I'm condemning, I'm denouncing the conspiracy theories. Those are the ones the moment they raise their ugly head, I have no tolerance for them.
Boss man, I just wanna say one thing.
Political maneuvering.
All right. I yield it so anybody can come on.
All right, appreciate you, Scraps. Thank you. Suzanne.
Come on.
Thanks for your patience. Susan, you there?
Boss man.
Susan, got to unmute. Suzanne? Okay, go and drop City.
Good evening, everybody. First thing, just want to say something to my fellow members, Hugh, Blair, and Mr. Ingram. However, at this present moment where we stand, you can't say nothing when nobody's saying is conspiracy, because a lot of the time the Prime Minister himself will make some speech, him drop a lot of hints where people take them up and them follow up on what him say, and like a lot of events happen off enough things where the Prime Minister say himself, and a lot of decisions the Prime Minister make. Like what Rasta Kid did I say, enough time the Prime Minister fly out of Jamaica go make some meeting and make some decisions where Jamaica people know about it till it's in the middle of what's going on. So at the moment, bro, me just wish you give everybody a chance to say what they want to say, and if you just don't agree with it, you just don't agree with it, but just don't shut down nobody. Make a man say what him feel say, because me say probably you not pick up what him pick up what the Prime Minister say, because a lot of time that man drop a lot of hints in him speeches, and me just have that to say.
I've been here before, and I stand unapologetically because there's no evidence. I've not identified any evidence to the globe where man is able to construct a hurricane out of the Atlantic through the Caribbean Sea into Central America.
Let me say one thing more, Mr. Ingram.
And anywhere that raises its ugly head, I'm gonna react to it.
No man can build the sea, because the sea that they already, right? And no man can build the sky is already there. No man can build the sun is already there. What they can do for sure is manipulate them stuff. And we know scientists out there do it. You can't tell people in a this day and age, Mr. Ingram, because he's an elder for much of them people.
When you see me, don't bring it to me, because it will not be entertained.
No, nobody not bring it to you, but at the same time, that's why there's
no evidence on the globe. There's no evidence on this earth right now which dictate the construction and the routine part for a.
So you're still trying to tell me again, Mr. Ingram, one more time that
when you see me,
no, wait, Mr. Ingram, let me DJ my song.
When you see me, you keep that to yourself.
No, hold on, Mr. Ingram, let me DJ my song and then left him man box now, because I'm going to come over here for living. You're going to tell the whole 476 person on this man live that Jesus take up that water and did that to Black River, Westmoreland, Hanover, and Montego Bay the other day. Are you mad? It's impossible, Father. Google is telling you right now that Melissa was not a man-made hurricane, but however, man made it more intensified and destructive. Google, go to Google right now. Google is telling you that. So I can't tell you anything else.
But Scraps, when Google said that, Google could be speaking on the destruction of the ozone layer.
So what is climate change? Is climate change man-made or is it natural?
Well, there is ambiguity in that, brother.
No man-made. Climate change is man-made.
If you disturb the watershed,
right,
you cut down the trees in the Amazon, you pollute the air to disturb the ozone layer, then you could categorize it as man-made.
Yeah, but who did it?
The cause of it could link to something which human do.
But that's why I'm saying, Father, I am not gonna say it's man-made, and I'm not saying it's natural, But what I'm trying to say, you can't just jump down somebody and say it's conspiracy, because everybody have their own view. What you view is what you view. What somebody else view is what somebody else view.
So Drop City, I'm gonna try and keep an open mind here, and everyone on the live, you can do this with me. So you're saying that you believe that the storm was man-made, like a scientist somewhere created it?
Well, what happened, Noah, as you can see, they can take the calm water in 2 minutes and turn it into a Category 5 hurricane. Man is out there doing their climate change scientific work, doing whatever they do best, like Sky Fitzgerald tell the whole Jamaica. The man come for record him destruction and what them prepare for document. And Netflix it a go up, and that is no joke thing. They know what was gonna happen. And I ask them, I ask Jamaica, you know, they're telling you what's gonna happen. So that's why I need people to stop living a denial, because they're telling you. And when Andrew Holness making statement at Black River and say, we're gonna force build.
I know that's where you're
Listen,
going. We all
listen
know
to me
that's where
DJ,
you're
my
going.
song, Mr. Ingram. What is the meaning of
That's where
force?
the garbage you were going. I know.
Oh, man, no, but what is the meaning of force?
I know that's the garbage you are going to.
No, what is the meaning of force, Bill?
I know that the garbage you are going to.
No, but he's not that powerful to do it, but he has his connections.
No,
and his team to pull it off.
You know better than to go up against. You know better than to go up against our elders, Chapsity.
No, I'm not going up against them, you know. But it's in place.
No, but Chapsity, they're already in their ways. Nobody is going to believe that there is weather manipulation. And anybody past 40 years old, it's gonna be hard to tell them that there are people actually manipulating the weather. So you're going down a very deep rabbit hole, right?
So I've been a discover for myself, you know. One more thing, never say.
Just because we've, I think we had this discussion. Someone came up before and did this, and it flagged a live, and TikTok violated us for misinformation. So we're probably just going to get back to the topic, but everyone can keep an open mind. You're saying there's information out there on Google, right? If people want to look stuff up.
Right, that's why I say every man entitled to them own opinion. You can't just shut down somebody. Him say what him say.
No, for sure. No.
If you accept it, you accept it. If you don't accept it, you move forward. Like right now, where you say, I wish not to speak anything more about it, but I was just showing him a great example.
Because I remember we did this before, and you know it was going well, and then bang, TikTok just pops up and then violated us. You know, gave us a warning rather. But yeah, people can do their own research, you know, and sort of look into these things. But appreciate you coming up. Thank you.
Respect.
Noel, I see where they kind of overlooked it, but could you correct me if I'm wrong? I think I heard the Prime Minister saying that they'll be borrowing some more money from IMF.
Yeah, no, he did. Yeah, he did.
Oh my gosh. So it's so, oh my God. I know we've been borrowing from IMF for many, many years, and we went through COVID-19 and was championed as one of the leading economies coming out of COVID, right? We had one of the best GDP at the time, an economy that was thriving during COVID and coming out of COVID, right? So it is so ironic that we couldn't prepare for a Cat 5 hurricane infrastructure-wise, not even an attempt, because it wasn't attempted. Because if people is going to say, not even America have Category 5 buildings, then you're wrong. Because what I want to know is, why are there still buildings in Montego Bay if no building could withstand a Category 5? Why most of the houses are still standing in Montego Bay? I'm not talking about the rural St. James areas where they have board structures. So there wasn't any attempt to build any building in preparation for a Cat 5. No bunkers, nothing, right? Knowing that we already paid money. We are already paying for an insurance for a Cat 5, right? So it's a bet. It's like, yeah, I say, bet so we go get hit by one Cat 5. And when we get hit, I want to be able to cash out, right? So it's a bet. Let's say it's a bet, must happen, right? Okay. So now we went into it and we are screaming on the top of our lungs. Thank you, Dr. Nigel Clark, and he did so good in COVID-19 that IMF themselves offered him a job. He has one of the top 4 positions in IMF right now. So we're not only going to scream thank you to him for letting us get a Cat 5 bond from this hurricane, but now we're going to laud him for free-handedly helping us to receive more money from the IMF. Because to be honest, we still owe them large amounts of money that wouldn't allow us to be able to borrow an extensive amount of money again from the IMF. But now we so conveniently have somebody from our own economy that is now in the head of the IMF office.
Kira.
But I digress.
Kira, from 20 not what?
Just talk to us. Also, your DP looks mad serious. Is that you in your DP, Norm? Maybe it's not Norm. Maybe this is a burner profile or something, and Norm's just taken some African general's picture off Google. That face looks heavy. Norm, you've got it. Norm, so if you're guys, I forgot. So you've got to hit the microphone button. So if you hit the microphone button, that's next to the camera icon button. I can actually imagine Norm's. Hey.
You can hear me now?
Yes, sir.
For the past 25 minutes, I'm sitting here trying to say something I can. Yeah, can I say something? Can I voice up just a couple minutes?
Is that you in your DP?
Yes, me, yeah, that's me, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. The first thing I'd like to say, I'm a Jamaican. I was born in Jamaica. I served in the army for 10 years out there, and I'm living in London at the moment. The problem in Jamaica, the problem with the politics, yeah? People are born PMP and born from birth they're PMP and from birth they're Labour. They do not listen. Jamaican people do not listen to a manifesto or nothing before they decide what they're doing. If you ask most Jamaican people about a manifesto, they don't know what is a manifesto. Yeah? The bond, regardless of what the owners and Mr. Golden do, it's right for them. I personally think this Prime Minister should resign because he's not doing a good job at the moment.
Yeah, but Norm, he's just won an election. He just won back in September. He's not going in. He's not going to go anywhere.
It could be one day. People are dying. Yeah. People are suffering. How long are we going to give him? How long are we going to let him do it? But he's not doing what he should have done. He's not able to do it. Turn it over to the military. Let the military control this disaster preparedness. The military could have done it. The army could have done it. That is our biggest problem in Jamaica. I've seen your potential prime ministers make speeches. You people are going to suffer. You're going to hunger for 5 years. Everybody, yeah. They don't hear what they're so dedicated. They dedicate their whole life to them. Jamaican people need to start getting independent and come on, they got a mind of their own. In the opposition, I haven't seen the opposition. They're not saying anything. They're not doing anything. They're weak. They're weak.
Director from Chesterfield. I'm Harry. I'm 74. An accountant from
It's a sad situation, man. Our people are suffering down there. Both of them, the opposition leader and the prime minister, they're okay where they are. They're okay. They got 50 bodyguards around them and anything outside they want to eat. 20 bedrooms. What the Jamaican people are paying for. But people are dying and suffering in the countryside. Nobody's saying, nobody's doing it. That should be our priorities. That should be our priority. People are born a Labour, born a PMP. Not care what that person do. It doesn't matter. They're so so one-track minded. It's about time to change, Jamaica change, you know what I mean? Stop being so arrogant and ignorant, you know what I mean?
You sound fed up.
And the government need to be more transparent.
Okay, if you win some money today, Anna, what's that to do? Well, we're spending it.
I'm so upset. I just need to hear it. I just try to close my ears and not to hear it. It's a sad situation Jamaica is in. It's a sad people. This conspiracy theory, man-made hurricane and all of this. That's stupidness. That's stupidness. We're too intelligent to listen to them foolishness.
Norm, can you turn your camera on? You sound very angry right now. Are you as angry as your display picture right now?
I am angry.
Oh, let us see that angry face. I feel like everyone's angry right now.
You will connect on. Oh, they said I can't use audio. Maybe I'm not registered to do that. It said you will. You said it's I tried. It said you will only use audio.
Just accept. You've got to accept the camera invite. Just press accept.
I've done it.
Mary, correct.
Settings. Let me try it. Keep pressing the camera. It won't. Okay. It's not. I'm trying live settings.
Right.
So, Anna, very good. 7. 7 grand. Excellent. Okay, time now to face the chaser, but who are we going to be up against today?
I keep trying, but I'm not getting there.
No, we can see you, Norm. You just got to turn the light on.
Oh, you could see me. Oh. I'm a old man, almost 70 years old in the sun. Let me turn the light on. You can see me now?
Oh, so look, Norm's not even a catfish. He's real, guys. Look. But, yeah, so you're vexed. So is that your vexed face, Norm? Norm's very upset right now. You're upset with both the JLP and PMPs.
I am hungry because you see my people suffering and nobody's doing anything about it. And people talking about this conspiracy theory and all them things.
Norm, get your glasses so you can lower the camera so we can see your full face, because we're only seeing your eyebrows at the moment.
Get my glasses.
Because you're squinting, so you need to see the full face.
Would you like a moment to collect your thoughts? Please. Well, this is going to be like ferrying your boys to the football. In a minute, you'll...
I feel like Norm's has got the vexed face that we've seen on TikTok so far, right? Because he was squinting quite a lot. He couldn't really see the screen. Oh God, he's not gonna remember how to unmute again.
Hold on.
Let's play some music. I feel like this is the perfect. Norms came up vexed, so vexed, and he was actually real. Okay, right. We're gonna talk to TJ now when he comes back. So you guys know TJ's here most nights with us, and he's been on the ground, gives out a lot of aid, helping people, supporting people who are in need. I think he's going to be back in a moment. So, Miss Diverse, I think you were in the line. I think, yes, you were going to be after Norm. Miss Diverse.
Hello, how are you?
Yes.
Good night.
Yeah, I'm good. You okay? See, you're smiley, so we've gone from serious to like smiley. Look at that deep. Look at your display picture, looking so happy.
Yeah.
Cheering on your display picture. Yes, Miss Diverse Beauty. Okay.
All right, what's going on tonight?
I was good. 1 second, TJ. I'm just trying to see Miss Diverse Beauty. What was your take, Miss Diverse Beauty, on everything that we're saying?
I think we have to give, for me, I just think that we have to give the government some time. I know it's a serious situation that we're in right now, but we have to allow the government some time for him to do his job. And I feel like the local government is not doing enough to assist the government, because I can't believe like MP doesn't know their areas, they're not getting their communities together and stuff like that. So it just, for me, I find it very like difficult to believe these things, that the MPs are not going in with the donors and people going to assist, and try to help with their location and find better ways to assist the government. I understand that they don't have any money or whatever the situation is, but at least try to do the basic things like, get familiar with their communities, know what is going on in the communities as far as, who got damaged and stuff like that, and then try to assist the government instead of just criticizing and just like passing on blames. Just do their part, and then maybe everything can work together.
So, Ms. Divers, how much more time would you say? So we're on day 22 now. How much more time, approximately, do you think they need?
I'm not saying that, I agree that the government may be moving a little slow, but we have to also take into consideration that there are like, aids coming into the country. You have to figure out strategic ways as far as how he's going to manage those,
No, we understand all of the logistical stuff. Just because you said more time, I'm just really curious. Would you say like a full month, 2 months, 3 months? I mean, just how much more time? I feel like people need like.
But what I'm saying, I'm not okay. So remember, the government, the prime minister cannot do everything. He's at the top. The people under the prime minister have to do their part to assist the government so that everything can come together. It's just like a team. You understand? So everybody cannot put in the blame on the prime minister. Oh, prime minister this, prime minister should do that. What are you guys doing? So everybody have to come together and assist the prime minister. And what I'm looking at, like, based on what the gentleman was saying today, that the prime minister is saying that the MPs, they're just now thinking about the MPs coming together to assist. Like, that should be something that should have been done from the beginning. Like, the MPs should know their areas. That's what they're in, they're put in position for, to be able to, familiarize with their communities. They should be the one helping the government, doing their assessments and then taking it back to the parliament or taking it back to the government and then, letting the government know what is going on in their community so that they can get the necessary help that they need for their communities. That shouldn't be falling directly solely on the prime minister. That is their responsibilities. That's how I look at it.
So what did you think of the prime minister's speech today?
So blaming the government. I'm sorry?
What did you think of the prime minister's speech today?
I didn't get to watch the full press conference today. So I'm going to have to look at that. But I didn't get to watch the full press conference.
What was his speech?
I'm going to go through it in a second. There's a long list of things because we listened to it live. We played it live here on the show when we started at 4 p.m. But in your eyes, Ms. Diverse, he's doing a pretty damn good job right now.
I'm not saying he's doing the best. He's not doing 100%, but definitely he's trying, because you can see that he's getting a lot of hate into the country, which is what we need right now. If we're broke, we're going to need those, funds into the country. And also you have to start off with the businesses. The businesses is what's going to drive the economy and try to, you have to get those things in place. So those like businesses and those are the things that you have to get done first. Because without the businesses, he cannot collect revenue, and therefore the country cannot go on. So those things has to be, dealt with first. So I just think, for me, I think that everyone have to play their part. The local government have to put their politics aside, and everybody have to come together to assist the prime minister. We have to get over the idea that the PNP has to get over the idea that they already lost the election. And therefore, they now have to try to work with the government to see the best way they can, move forward. This is not something we had prepared for. If that's the situation, if we never, prepare for it, then now we have to find ways how we can better, move forward instead of just going back and forth with the politics. It's not helping nobody.
So, Ms. Diverse, Are the PMP the problem right now? Are they the ones in the way of the Prime Minister?
I'm not saying that they're the problem, but based on this live and especially that live last night, all the PMPs doing is playing politics. They're acting as if they're campaigning. This is not the time for campaigning. This is a time for us to find solution and how we're going to be moving forward as a country. And the government alone cannot do it. You understand? Everybody have to play their part.
Last night we had like a really powerful conversation, I thought, in terms of hearing from people. And we had both sides, PMP.
And nothing is wrong with that. Yeah, we do need to hear from all sides. That is fine. But at the end of the day, we have to find solution as far as how we're going to move forward. If you're stating that, you know, people are dying and we cannot get to communities and all these things, and there are still people out there may possibly never, you know, haven't even got aid as yet, then we're in some serious, you know, we have some serious situation on our hands. So therefore, we have to find out how can the MPs, the local councillor, everybody, the mayor, how everyone can work together with the Prime Minister to move this country forward. You understand? I understand that people are saying, oh, the government have a lot of money. Oh, they got a lot of aid and stuff like that. But you got to think, this is not cash value. These, you know, the money that they're getting is, all of these are not cash value. These are, and they have to build up the hospital. They have to build up, you know, provide things for the, go ahead.
He said in his speech today, 1.15 billion US dollars he's got it ready to start construction, rebuilding. It's here, it's in the country, and it's ready to be used. So the money's there.
Right.
So people,
and they have to
right. And yeah. So I'm just trying to understand, because I feel like yesterday, obviously, you know, you had the PNP saying, you know, that the Prime Minister, he's quite stubborn, he's got a big ego, and that he's quite difficult, and clearly he's the problem. You're saying that's not the case at all. Does it feel like to you that the Prime Minister, is he unfairly targeted by the other side or just by people in general? Is he an easy target?
Listen, Jamaicans we're some set of people that is very hard to rule, okay? So it doesn't matter if it was a JLP in the parliament, PMP in parliament, the situation is still going to be the same. People are going to criticize. But the situation on hand right now, how are we going to move forward to help the country, to help the people that are suffering? That is the situation on hand right now. We're not campaigning. The campaign is already over. JLP already won. So we now have to find ways to move forward.
Let's be fair. People raising concerns, that doesn't mean that they're campaigning. It just means that they are raising concerns to say, hey, you know, this isn't going right. Why isn't aid being delivered? Why are communities still shut off? Why isn't the system moving quickly enough to get to people? But you believe separately. Do you believe those sort of concerns amount to people campaigning?
It's not that, okay, I'm not saying that the system is moving, you know, fast.
No,
we know that things are a little bit.
Yeah, but do those concerns amount to like people being, you know, sort of going into campaigning mode?
Yes, some people are going into campaigning mode. Yes, they are going into campaigning mode. From that live last night, definitely campaigning mode.
Do you?
And what I'm saying is that we have to find solutions on how we can go, you know, we can move forward, because this is not the time for it. We're in a crisis and we have to find solution as far as how everyone can assist the government to move forward. And we're looking, and this is not looking good on us either, because we're trying to seek funds from international individuals, you know, people overseas. We have to clean up our image. It's not everything we can put out and just make it seem like it's okay to put out and say everything about the Prime Minister. Everybody is watching us. Not because we have a vote, you know, we're on a panel or we're on a, we have social media and stuff like that. It doesn't mean that we have to, you know, shame the Prime Minister and everything. We need to, you know, censor certain information so that the country can get the necessary help that it needs.
Do you think Jamaicans respect Andrew Holness, or do you think there's a problem there?
There's a problem, but at this point we can't, some certain things you just have to deal with in the house. Like, you can't take all your business and, and take it abroad. So there's certain things that you have to deal with in-house. You know what I'm saying? The government, there's certain things. Yeah, we have problems. The government have problems, but those things need to stay in the country. So when people coming on the platform and just like saying all these things about the government, it doesn't look good when we're seeking help. It doesn't look good. That's all I'm saying.
But Ms. Diverse, I think that's what democracy is about. You're meant to criticize and you're meant to say the difficult things if they aren't going right. If people aren't allowed
That's
to do
true,
that,
but there are a lot of things that I'm in the US and a lot of things the US censors when they're trying, a lot of things that the US media doesn't put out. That's what I'm saying. And I'm in the US. So there are a lot of things they don't put out in the media. So they we can say we have freedom of speech and everything, but it's not all, not everything is freedom of speech.
Hey, Tina, do you agree with Miss Diverse that people just need to stop campaigning and give the Prime Minister a chance to get on with his job?
Me?
Okay. Hi, good night. So I'm not, let me put it there. I'm not JLP and I'm not PNP. I'm none of them. But I am for the people. So what Miss Diverse is saying, I don't agree with her. The campaign thing, no one is campaigning. It's not about campaigning. It's about JLP is going to talk strong, PNP is going to talk strong. No one is saying, and most of the people who are coming on evil platforms and saying, oh, PNP is this or JLP is this, is people who live in America and people who live in Kingston who is not affected. These are the people who have the most to say. The ones that live in America and the ones that live in Kingston, they have so much to say. Why the people who affected not coming on here? You know why? Because they don't have light and they don't have internet. So the ones that don't have, that nothing is wrong with them, they're safe and sound, they have so much to say. I think everyone that is okay should just shut up and leave people alone who is going through a lot. Because I'm from New Works. And believe me when I tell you this, everything had fallen apart. And no one has been there as yet. No one has been there. No one has been there. I swear to God, no one has been there with his families in the States trying to help their family member. No one is helping. And I hear someone come on early on and the person was saying that they always help like on the front line, like they will go in the square and they help people on the square. But in the deep part, like take for instance, you would say, I'm going in Darlington. They go in Darlington Square. They don't go in the deep part of Darlington. You understand? People in the deep part of New Works and Kilmarnock and all these places, Mango Walk, Strutland, they're not getting anything.
Can I ask a question?
Wait, Mama, wait.
Okay.
Because people just go on the front line and giving out things, but the deep part of this, no one getting anything. And the people in America and England, and they're saying the most, and I'm not lying, it hurts me to my core. Because I am from St. Elizabeth. I live in America. And I have a nice house there, a concrete house. And the front door, breaking two. The two back door is gone. Water was in my house. Who have to fix it? I have to fix it because I live in America. I don't want no one to fix it. I don't have light. I don't have no internet in my house. I have to send everything back home to my kids for them to have everything. So I don't understand why people in America always have the most to say when they knows nothing about people who is going through the real thing. And I am going to come down now. I'll stay down and listen.
I just have a question for you. So based on what you're stating, right? Who do you think should be, like you're saying there, that particular area, no one comes in and do anything. So who do you think should be the party?
Divert, she's gone.
Okay.
She's gone. She's gone.
Okay.
Susan? you think people should just
Yes.
allow the PM, like Ms. Diverse says, to just get on with the job? Just give him the space.
Yes, good night, everyone. I have one thing to say. So tonight, I was listening to the PM with this press conference, and I find it hard to believe when he said, when the journalist asked him about food being distributed, and it's only one set of people getting the food. Like these people these people is going into the town, and they're not going into the rural countryside like for the people. And he said something that I was like, this man just win the election. Just win the election. And I know they were campaigning all over Jamaica to get vote. And he was saying that some of these community he don't know about, and he haven't seen them. He don't even know if they exist on the map. How can a prime minister say that about his country, that he don't know about these community, when you were just on campaign a month ago with your MPs and all over Jamaica trying to get vote? How can you not know about your community? This is madness.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. That's where the local, I think, for me, I don't know, how, but I'm just assuming that's where the local government or, the people who are on the ground locally would come in to assist with those assessments as far as the community. And, that's what I'm thinking that would happen. Like the local government, they should know their areas, and then they're the one who come in and assist, do the necessary assessment of their communities, and then bring it back or, take it back to the government. That's what I'm thinking.
That's what he did. Obviously, the government is not going to know every little hill and gully to go through. And even during his campaign, he was not in the hill and gullies. He was in the main road. So I don't understand why it's a case where I believe so the man are going to know. Right now, I live in Jamaica I live in Kingston for all long, and there's always somewhere new to experience. Like, you're not going to find every single
TG,
corner.
you don't have to tell me. I live in Jamaica and I don't know what
Right, but if you're then Susan,
the prime minister. The prime minister. Remember, near you are different.
No, but you
we're just a regular person. But
so Susan,
prime minister,
even being the prime minister, obviously, he's not going to know all of St. Elizabeth. That is impossible again. And I'm telling you,
he's not going to know that. So the local government should have that information, not him.
That's where the MP come in. The MP would know the place more than him.
Absolutely.
So can I ask? Sorry. Noel, can I ask TJ and Miss Diverse a question in regards to what they just said?
Sure.
You state that the prime minister is not going to know everywhere, and that's absolutely correct. I don't think any prime minister or president know every street or every county in any country that they govern, right? But my question is, at what point in the 22 days that have passed should there have been a meeting with the local officials to say, I need a report of exactly what is happening in the area that you're in charge of? It's 22 days now.
So you said he didn't get that report?
He's in his press conference. I know you said you didn't listen, right? He's stating that he's unaware, right? So if he's unaware, I'm assuming that he is not informed on the areas that people are not receiving help.
Well, and Sam, you have to be a little bit more specific when you talk certain things. So when he said that he's not aware of what exactly? He's not aware of.
Aware of people not getting food in those areas. That is what the journalist asked him. That's a question the journalist
and he said that it was
him.
Right, because remember, I right now would assume that almost basically everybody get food already. I would assume that. I may not be 100% right, but I'm pretty much almost sure everybody gets some form of aid already.
No, I was on Noel Live today. What that guy named Noel that came is it true something? I don't remember.
True legend?
No, it's not true.
No, there's another young man that attests to a lot of people who were awaiting
another
food.
young man and such and such. could attest to a lot of people in those areas that still haven't been reached.
No, like, as in none at all for the past 22 days? None at all?
In an inconsistent pattern, in an
because
inconsistent pattern, they have been receiving food. We don't know it, but wait a second now. Wait a second. It's 22 days, TJ. Let's think about this. 22 days, almost a full month. If you give me a small portion of food, which I now have to figure out how to ration, the young men also attest to the fact that the problem is these same people do not have a place to even store the food that they are given. Right. So you're telling me that these people who are receiving a package maybe once every 9 to 10 days, and they don't even have a place to store it. How do you think they're surviving 9 to 10 days on what? Like one tin mackerel, one can of tuna. We don't know how many kids they have. We don't know how many mouths they have to feed. We know our culture. A lot of us live with our grandparents, our parents. It's an entire household, not just one individual. That food cannot stretch. It simply cannot.
No, I know that.
Right. So my question again is, at what point in this 22 days do we say, you know what, Prime Minister, we like you as a leader, but you know what, we think you missed the mark here. We're not being disrespectful. We're not just criticizing to criticize because he's JLP. We're saying to him, we think you missed the mark and we feel like you're letting us down as a people.
Okay, and Sam, I personally respect that. The way you word this stuff, I respect that. But otherwise,
that's why I said I agree that he's moving a little bit slow.
Right. I also agree to that.
Right.
But people find it hard to just resist. You see the way you word the sentence and everything without being disrespectful?
Yes.
I can respect that.
Right.
The only reason why I think I can word it this way is because I'm not in this situation. So I'm not in dire distress of food, of shelter. I'm not being bitten by mosquitoes. I'm not being exposed to the elements. I'm not in danger of developing leptospirosis. So I'm more calm. I'm more collected. I will not sit here and pretend like I'm going to be calm if I was in that situation. I'm not going to lie to you.
It's not about being calm. No, man, it's not. No, you can't. It's just the words what you're going to use. You can be upset.
Yes.
Anybody would be upset.
No, but I'm asking you guys who are here consistently, like, defend him. At what point do we all come together and say, you know what, we need to do better, Prime Minister?
We already.
No, I'm not defending the government, but what I'm saying that
you guys need to talk when he's not doing good.
But we already said that things are slow. We already agreed to that. But the thing is, I tell you, one of the main problem is that people actually want to see. All right, so for example, his wife is out literally giving out aid and stuff, right? But it's like the people them don't even want to see that. The people them want to see Andrew Holness literally coming out and giving out food. That's what I think that is what causing the problem. So it doesn't matter if you see like 1,000 police clearing the road or feeding people. It's like, and remember, police, the doctor, them, all of the business place them would have basically the MP them would have managed under Andrew Holness. But you guys don't really care about that. Or no one for just know say Andrew would do it in person, in flesh.
No, I think you got it wrong.
But
I don't think that's what people are saying.
Then Susan and Sam. Then if that means say basically I say Andrew no do nothing at all then.
No. That's not what the people are saying. What we're saying is the people are saying they don't see proper leadership. We're seeing too much from civilians. We're seeing too much effectiveness mainly from civilians, not enough from leadership. And that includes government, not just the Prime Minister, government. We're not seeing proper leadership.
I can agree to that also.
Right. That's
I can agree to that also. We're not seeing enough. Or it can be a case where civilians are more than the government, which is the actual case. So of course the civilians can do more.
But why do we feel such an urgent call and the government does not? Why do us as civilian can understand the urgency of the matter, but yet government is moving so slow?
Well, Sam, that's not a question I can answer. I asked the same question to myself as well, and I just cannot answer it. The thing is, I just don't know. I personally believe he's doing what he can do.
Do you really believe that?
Yes, I do. I actually do. You see, the thing is now, how me look on life, Sam, is a case, and I've been saying this, I sound like a scratch record now. It's a case where I don't think the government is going to do things the way or we as civilians can do it, which is just get up in our car and just say, okay, then we're going to help somebody tomorrow. I think what they're trying to do is that put something in place that can serve for the so it's like a long-term thing then. Mm-hmm. You know, I'm not going to feed you today just for today. I'm going to put something in place where you can just continue getting fed. You understand? So so it's a systematic way of him do things. Well, the government.
And we're not seeing the system, and we're not being explained what system is being put into place either.
But it's not like, finished yet. You wouldn't see it as yet, Sam. You wouldn't see it as yet. I think.
For example, right? We're saying that he's saying the generators will go to the businesses. Can I ask you guys who's going to work in these businesses? Because the owners are not going to work the businesses.
What do you mean? Of course they're going to.
No, they're not. There's a reason. They cannot be cashier. They can't be stocking the shelves. They cannot do it. They need their employees back.
No, so Sam,
go ahead.
Based off of what I know, as long as the business place is up and running and people can get to work, they're going to work. And that is why him specifically choose who he might get a generator them. Police station, hospital, business places, because at the end of the day, I tell you now, the economy still have to run. They can't just shut down the whole economy like that. Even though there's a crisis like this, the economy cannot just shut down like that.
No, it cannot be shut down. But what we keep saying is we don't see an effective plan, or we're not explained an effective plan of how they're going to go. For example, I keep using this as
I'm not
example,
that
right?
No, I'm just a regular person who did just vote. That's all. I don't work for the government or under the government or nothing like that.
Therefore, one day, but today, me hear him say, there's misinformation going around, and I have my people that go out to stop these misinformation that is going around. So I was wondering, when I hear him say that, TJ, my mind flash by you, come here and say, wait, it look like TJ are one of them.
No. It's just
that go around to try to stop the misinformation or
of course, there's a lot of misinformation, of course. There's a lot of misinformation
talking about him.
No, well, I'm not, I don't work for the government. I'm just a regular civilian who vote. That's just it, literally. But I don't work for the government.
Look, when I was going, people have their mouth to talk. People have a talk bad. People have a talk good.
And Susan, I agree.
About the Prime Minister, some talk bad about him. People
right, and they're entitled to.
Nobody.
No man, they're entitled. So Susan, let me tell you how I look at that.
Mouth make fire up. Mouth make
Susan, I agree, but you see, like I said, the way Sam can come and say she criticize the government and say he's not doing this, he's not doing that, I can agree with that. That's how we do stuff. But these people literally want to tell the man which part to push him head. You can't do that. And the day it looks so bad. It looks so bad.
It looks so bad
for the country, we are Jamaicans.
One second. So, Sam, you've asked your question. I'm just going to keep this moving and just get.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
You can set me down. I'm going now.